information. City manager. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, IT. This meeting is called to order. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 18th, 2023, and the time is 6:01 p.m. Before we proceed, I want to remind everyone of our rules of civility and decorum. Officials must first be addressed by the chair and not interrupt a speaker. Public comments must be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to any individual on the dais or in the audience. Personal attacks, insults, displays of rudeness, and lack of respect are strictly prohibited. Disruptive behaviors from the audience, including but not limited to yelling, stamping of feet, and such, are also prohibited. Please govern yourselves accordingly as offenders may be removed from this meeting. City Clerk, could you please begin the roll call?
Mayor Penserga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Cruz,
Present.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation for this evening will be led by Pastor Chuck Brannon of Gateway Community Church. Good evening and welcome, Pastor. Followed by our Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Amy Kelly. Let's all stand for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, and everybody in the audience tonight. I have a special greeting for you. Peace, love, and joy for everybody in this room in our lives. I know we're here for business, so I want to pray about business for the city and also pray about doing business with God in our personal lives. Dear Father God, thank you for loving us, for giving us something worthwhile to live for and a purpose, a strength for life. And I pray tonight in the business that's here in Boynton Beach, it will be good business for everybody. Positive, honest, profitable, helpful, and life building, not only to the people, but to the city of Boynton Beach. And I pray your blessing on those who serve in our city in every facet. All of them are working hard. They need our support and prayer for their safety, for their good work, and for their plans in their personal lives with family and friends. So I pray your blessing upon them. Father, I pray tonight that also in this room will be the beginning of doing business with you. And especially using the three powers that are most important in life: peace, love, and joy. Lord, help us to have peace with you and not to fight you, but to love you and follow you and believe in you, and to resist so many things that pull us away from you, but help us to believe in you with all of our heart, mind, soul, and strength. May we be peacemakers and see what we can construct under your hand and guidance. And Father, I pray also that we will use the power of love. Like Christ said, love one another as I have loved you. And I pray there'll be love between friends, between husband and wife, in families, in the work world, in city life. And may there be a great and new spiritual awakening, a renewal, a movement of God in our lives through our faith in the city, through the love of God, the greatest power, Lord, you've ever given us. And finally, Lord, I pray that we'll do business with you with joy. The joy of the Lord is our strength. Help us to be strong in the inner person, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally and spiritually. And may the joy of life flow from your throne to our lives through your mighty Spirit and through your Son. And when it all is said and done, may we be able to say, I'm doing business with God. Peace, love, and joy. And may it truly make a difference in our own personal lives, in all of those around us, and in our city. And once again, Lord, thank you for loving us. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Pastor. We're now moving on to agenda approval, additions, deletions, corrections, and reorganizations to the agenda. I just have a few housekeeping items. I received requests from staff to move item 3H. Item 3H is the presentation of the comprehensive annual financial report, as well as 3F. This is the legislative update from our city lobbyist, Matt Forrest, both items to be moved up before 3A. So those two will be our very first items under announcements. Additionally, I would like to make just a few more announcements after 3D regarding the fishing tournament that's coming up, as well as City Hall Social, which is also coming up, but I'll bring that up then. In addition to that, I do want to add one item under future agenda, if my colleagues concur. I'd like to have a future discussion on a downtown parking master plan. I think there needs to be a comprehensive master plan on how parking is handled, not just in one location, but in the whole downtown region, and what the city can do to prepare for that. So I'd love to have that discussion in the near future. Is that all right with my colleagues? Do we place under future agenda? All right, thank you. And that's it for me. Let me begin on my left. Commissioner Amy Kelly, if you have any additions, deletions, or corrections.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing that I would like to do, if possible, is to move up 12B to have that discussion before 5A.
I agree, that makes sense.
Say that item one more time. I received a note, so I was a little bit distracted.
Oh.
Say that item one more
Move
time.
12B
12B, this is the review of the advisory board ordinance
before 5A.
before 5A. I concur as well. 12B before 5A. All right. Anything else, Commissioner?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner,
Do you want pull items now or not?
we'll pull items later. Just
Okay.
anything to do with additions, deletions.
No, I agree with what's
Reorganizations.
been already stated.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hay. Let's go to Vice Mayor Turkin. Any additions or deletions?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Cruz.
Nothing for me, Mayor.
All right, so we've heard the amendments. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kelly and a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. The agenda is so amended. We're now moving on to informational items by members of the City Commission. I'll begin on my right this time, beginning with Commissioner Cruz.
I spoke to Bonnie Mescal.
All right. Thank you. Was that it, Commissioner? All right, Vice Mayor?
Nope, just received many emails from Marina Village regarding 8A and 8B. And also spoken to a few residents, but not to Bonnie Miskell or Hyperion. The other thing I want to say is I want to give a huge congratulations to Boynton Beach Pal for bringing back the championship. City Manager, I don't know if you want to, inform the audience about that.
Yeah, I think anytime the city of Boynton puts something together, we try to do it right. So we were able to afford the kids the opportunity to travel to Brooklyn, New York for a police athletic league tournament nationwide in the city of Brooklyn. And they ended up winning the whole tournament. So it was quite a splash that the city of Boynton Beach made in the Big Apple. So they got to experience Coney Island, Times Square. And those kids and all the coaches will be recognized at our first meeting in May. So,
All right,
so
excellent.
I'll be here.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
That is it. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we're going to go now to Commissioner Hay. Commissioner Hay.
I too also spoke with Bonnie Miskell on, and spoke with some of the residents about this project. But nothing other than that.
Okay. Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. I have also received numerous emails from residents with regard to 12A and B. And a couple of months ago, I had an opportunity to meet with Hyperion on that project as well, but nothing recent.
All right, thank you. As for myself, I did have a conversation with Bonnie Miskell regarding item 8A. I also received several emails from residents. I also want to add a couple of announcements, just informational items from myself. Just a few days ago, we were in attendance at the Chamber Luncheon where we acknowledged our Officers of the Year. So I just want to give a shout out to those individuals again. A Paramedic of the Year was Firefighter Kyle Hoke, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Firefighter of the Year, Lieutenant Matthew Valentine, and Police Officer of the Year, our K-9 officer, Patrick Brodell. So congratulations again to the three of you. We've made note of PAL, so congratulations. And I look forward to the official recognition in that meeting of May. I also want to acknowledge some wonderful staff that we have in the city. As many of you know, we recently had torrential rains, particularly in Broward and Fort Lauderdale. And because of that, they need assistance from as many cities as they can get. And I was just so happy to hear that our own folks were able to assist in their work. So I want to honor and congratulate the work that's being done by our utilities team. Our utilities field operations team stepped up to work day and night to help the city of Fort Lauderdale and their residents. Thorley Johnson, field operations supervisor, coordinated the entire effort, and schedules of the following field operations team members went to Fort Lauderdale to help. So those individuals who assisted with the pumping to reduce the flooding: Carrie Isom, Royston Reddick, Mike Sanjanito, Edgar Burton, Terry Lorray, Simone Pierre. Thank you to all of you. And could we all give them a round of applause? Thank you, all of you, for stepping up to help our neighbors. I also want to acknowledge another individual, or a pair of individuals, actually. You may have met these two. They have been instrumental in helping so many residents. The first individual is Kaleem Esteem. Am I pronouncing your last name right? Kaleem Esteem. Could you please stand up? And the second individual is RJ Ramirez. RJ. Thank you to the great work that both of you are doing. And I know recently I just spoke with RJ, because there are so many people. If you've ever encountered RJ, perhaps you or someone you know, RJ is the person that's working on getting people help with housing rehabilitation, down payment assistance, rent assistance. So thank you to the work that both of you are doing. We sincerely appreciate it. So as for me, that concludes my announcements and informational items. We're going to move on now to the very first item we'll have today, which will be a presentation from our finance director. If you could come up to the podium. This is regarding the city's comprehensive annual financial report. And I'll let Ms. Friedrichsen introduce the auditors.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Mara Fredrickson, Director of Financial Services. I have with me tonight Moa Riza and Jason Relier from our external audit firm, Markham, to present our audit and our comprehensive annual financial report, and also our Deputy Finance Director, Corinne Elliott.
Thank you, Mara. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Commission members. My name is Mo Riza, and I serve as the audit partner for the fiscal year September 30th, 2022 audit. And my colleague Jason Royer also assisted in the process. As part of today's agenda, you have a copy of the ACFR, which is the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. It is a lengthy document, over 200 pages, so I'm just going to highlight certain sections of the document. The report was released on March 31st, and as part of the report, you'll find the independent auditor's report. The auditor's report, which summarizes our conclusion, is available on printed page 1. The first item on the auditor's report is the opinions paragraph, which makes reference to the conclusion of the opinion of the external auditor. In essence, the first paragraph makes reference to what we audited. We've audited the financial statements of the city for fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022. And the second paragraph is the opinions paragraph. The reason it's in plural opinions is because we do give multiple opinions, as there are several accounting funds throughout the document. And in our opinion, the financial statements of the city present fairly non-material respects to respect the financial position of the city as of September 30th, 2022. And that's an example of a clean opinion or a modified opinion. And that's the only opinion you want to be associated with. In regards to a financial audit, which was performed under United States Generally Accepted Auditing Standards and Government Auditing Standards, also known as Yellow Book, that is the highest regard that one could receive. So congratulations to the city, to the elected body, to the manager's office, and to the finance department for receiving a clean opinion on the fiscal year September 30th, 2022 audit. Following the auditor's report, you'll find the management discussion analysis. The management discussion analysis starts on page 5 and takes us to page 14. What the MD&A does, it provides a comparison of current year activity versus prior year activity. And not only does it provide quantitative information comparing fiscal year 2022 versus fiscal year 21, it provides the underlying justification or drivers of what's driving those fluctuations in that variance analysis. Following the MD&A, you'll find the statement of net position. Pretty much what it entails is all the assets, liabilities, takes us to the net position as of year end. The reason it's not called a balance sheet is because for government accounting standards, the actual statement doesn't balance as a balance sheet does. Pleased to mention that the total net position of the city as of year end was 246 million, which reflects a healthy increase of your net position of north of 9.4 million. Separate and apart from the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the city this year did have to go under a federal single audit. Given the amount of federal awards that were expended during the fiscal year, the city exceeded the audit threshold. And therefore, as part of the document, we included a schedule of expenditure of federal awards. The items reported under federal award expenditures were north of $5 million. And throughout the process, the federal government requires us to adhere to a risk assessment process where we selected the ARPA fund. The coronavirus federal grant was selected for testing. So what we do in that process is we ensure that the funds that are being received by the city under the federal act of the ARPA and the coronavirus relief fund are being used for the proper purpose. There's certain restriction of what could be used for those funds. It requires for there to be also monitoring and quarterly reporting. So we ensure that the city did adhere to the requirements set forth by the Treasury Department and the DOJ. Those reports are submitted further in a portal to the federal government that are reviewed. And to our knowledge, they have been accepted with a passing grade. Separate and apart from the release that was performed on March 31st, we also included a communication letter. That communication letter made reference to certain accounting changes that took place in the profession. The Government Accounting Standards Board issued a pronouncement titled GASB 87 Leases, which provided new guidance on how to record and account for leases. So we made reference to that in the letter, the fact that that was a significant accounting pronouncement. And we also make reference to the fact that we had any difficulties in performing the audit. Outside of Jason and myself, we have an entire team of IT auditors, managers, and quality control. I'm pleased to mention that, yes, we are presenting this document to you in April, but this has been completed as of March 31st. The state requires that the audit be performed and completed prior to 9 months after year end, which is June 30th. But given the fact that the city participates in a GFOA program, their deadline is, or your deadline is March 31st. So therefore that is being done beforehand. Pleased to mention that with the help of Mara and Corinne and the entire finance department, it was pleasurable to work with them, and they were able to assist us and to provide the information in a timely manner to allow us to do what we do, which is perform the audit and be here presenting to you today. Outside of that, I will open up to any questions, but again, the audit was completed with a clean audit report, and we'll open up to any questions you may have.
Thank you. It sounds like we passed. I'm going to open the floor now to questions and comments from my colleagues. Let's begin on my left this time. Commissioner Kelly, you have any questions or comments either for the finance team or the independent auditors?
I don't have any questions, just thank you, Mara, and our finance team. You guys are amazing, and you do a great job, and you keep the city moving in the right direction. So thank you. That's all. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hay?
My feelings are exactly the same. The key word is a clean audit. And the only thing I can say to that is thank you and keep up the good work.
All right. Vice Mayor?
Nope. Thank you very much, Mara. And thank you.
Commissioner Cruz?
Great job, guys. Congratulations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you. Our next item is a presentation. Again, this is regarding the Senate Bill 102 by our city's lobbyist, Matt Forrest. If Mr. Forrest could approach the podium.
Matt,
Oh,
you're
he's online.
unmuted.
All right, excellent. Mr. Forrest.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello.
Okay. This is my first virtual presentation. I can barely see you guys. I guess a thumbs up, or you can definitely hear me, correct?
We can hear you.
Fantastic. Well, greetings from Tallahassee. Normally we do these presentations at the end of the session, but I'm happy to jump in the middle and give you guys a quick update on a bill of note. Before we dive into that, I thought I'd give you just an important kind of quick update on where we are timeline wise. Today is day 43 of the 60-day regular session. More important than the days, I usually go by the weeks. So we are right now just about in the middle of week 7 of the 9-week session. So we have about another 2 weeks. This will all wrap up May 5th. A little different session than normal in the fact that bills have already, some priority bills have already passed. A lot of times bills work through the committee process, and most of them pass and are held the last couple of weeks of the session and then sent to the governor after session. This year they've been expediting several bills that have already made it through their committees, already made it through the votes on both floor chambers, and have been sent to the governor, and some even signed by the governor. As of today, 25 bills have already passed both chambers, and some high profile ones regarding HB 1, obviously an important one with the number 1 next to it, relating to education. More normally, more often referred to in the media though as the Universal School Choice Bill, has already passed and been approved by the governor. HB 543 relating to public safety, more commonly referred to in the media as the constitutional carry or permitless carry bill. That's already passed the legislature and been signed by the governor and approved. And SB 102 relating to housing, more normally known as the Affordable Housing Bill or the Live Local Act, which I'll dive to in just one second. Also, while I have you, a quick update, the appropriations process is going very well for the city. We haven't started the official budget process yet, where they negotiate the final differences, but we filed 2 requests for the city of Boynton Beach. And I'm happy to say that the fire rescue alerting system upgrades that we have asked for $800,000 for were fully funded in the Senate and partially funded at 50% in the House. We'll negotiate those differences hopefully later this week, even next week, and get that into the final budget where we then have to just survive the veto pen. So I'll keep you updated on those. I'll pause there real quick, but then I'll dive into the SB 102 unless anybody had any questions on timeline or where we are.
All right, any questions from my colleagues in the meantime? Before he dives into Senate Bill 102. Yes,
Mayor,
Commissioner, yes, go ahead.
the only thing was, Matt, you mentioned 2 appropriations. One was FD, and what was the other one that? Oh, that's
We had asked for funding for the fire rescue alerting system. We also asked for funds for the harbor marina seawall design. Unfortunately, that one did not land in either budget silo. It's a very competitive process up here, but we were happy to land the other project in both sides.
Great, thanks, Matt.
All right, any other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Hay.
Yes, Matt, you talked about SB 102, the housing, affordable housing, I believe it was.
Commissioner, he's going to spend the next half on it.
You're going to talk about that in more detail?
Yeah.
All right, sounds like I'll proceed with that. So SB 102 relating to housing was a priority of the Senate President Pasadomo, and kind of flew through the process. It passed the Senate unanimously, receiving all positive votes throughout committee and on the floor, and had broad bipartisan support in the House, where it also passed. This bill is done. This bill has passed and has already been sent to the governor and is signed into law. I can give you some highlights of it now. With that said, though, I've always said, again, I'm only here to give you what it says in the bill. I always defer to your legal counsel. Now is the time to really dive into the actual language of the bill, which I can provide if you don't have it, and get into the merits of exactly what it means for you as a village, or I'm sorry, you as a city. So the bill includes a total of $252 million for the State Housing Initiatives Partnership, that's better known as the SHIP program, and of course $259 million for the State Apartment Incentive Loan Program, known as the SAIL program. So for years, most local governments have been clamoring for more funds to go into both of these programs. Also for years, local governments have been lamenting the quote unquote sweeping of funds from both of these programs and from affordable housing. So this year, this bill puts a lot of money into those programs. The bill also keeps $1.5 billion in dock stamp tax dollars over 10 years for new rental units in both programs, in the SAIL program that would otherwise have been sent to general revenue. So this was really, for years, we've heard local governments and many folks in the states clamoring for affordable housing to be a priority. This year, the Senate President made it a priority, and the House supported her. And push through basically a program like this. In addition to the SHIP and SAIL incentives, the bill also puts an additional $100 million into Florida's Hometown Heroes program. That's the program that was started about a year ago that provides down payment assistance to workers in certain fields such as teachers, healthcare workers, law enforcement, and service members. So an additional $100 million into that program. The bill does create some new property tax exemptions for developments that set aside at least 70 units for affordable housing. And the tax exemptions are targeted to moderate low income brackets in the workforce. So obviously affordable housing. From the local government world, the bill allows for municipalities and counties to offer through an ordinance or a property tax exemption to property owners who dedicate units for affordable housing at extremely low income. So very low incomes or both. If all the units are developed will be used for affordable housing, then the local governments can exempt up to 100% of each unit from property tax. And then it gets into more complications if, depending on the percentage that you go from there. Now, with all the incentives with affordable housing, there are definitely, though, some preemptions in the bill that encourage or limit what a local government restrictions local governments have on zoning and the authorization of affordable housing. The bill requires local governments to authorize multifamily and mixed-use residential as allowable uses in any area currently zoned for commercial or mixed use, if at least 40% of the residential units are proposed for multifamily affordable housing for a period of 30 years. So again, the bill is encouraging more affordable housing. They've put money and financial incentives into the program to incentivize for it. However, they also do not want local governments prohibiting the development of affordable housing as long as it's for affordable housing. Now, there was some people that brought up this concern regarding the local government's ability, but again, they have qualified this as not a loophole or not a way for certain developers to come in and do high rises, things they want, because again, the idea is in order for them to use this ability 40% of the project has to be affordable housing and for a period of 30 years. So it's definitely was definitely controversial to a certain degree. Some local governments opposed it, but like I said at the beginning, the legislature overwhelmingly incentivized affordable housing in this, full support in the Senate, and very few votes for that against it in the Senate, or I'm sorry, in the House. The bill has passed. It is now signed into law, and it is effective July 1, 2023. So at this stage, I would highly recommend, the village, the city attorney, dive into the actual bill language, staff analysis. I can provide you any of those that you may need to find, to know what options you guys have for any projects that may be coming before you, or also projects that you may be looking to start for yourself at the city. And with that, I'll pause and try to answer any questions you may have on the bill.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Let's begin on my right, Commissioner Cruz. Any questions?
No, I read the whole bill. No questions. I know we should have a discussion with our attorney about this and understanding where the preclusions come in. The way I read it, it's my understanding that density can't be controlled or can be regulated by local governments if it's within a 1 mile radius of another development. And again, what was mentioned before about the 40% affordability, that's something that I also went through. So thank you. And I think that maybe we can either, I don't know if we should do, I don't know about the whole workshop, maybe include that in our housing workshop when that's coming up. Maybe a small part of that for the city attorney to go over. I know the CRA attorney kind of went through it a little bit, not very much in depth, but somewhat.
Council, do you want to respond to what you're preparing?
Yeah, I'm working on a memo, of course, but trying to put it in a way that the format, because there's a lot of qualifications in order to get these preemptions. It's got to be 40%, it's got to be rental, it's got to be in these zoning districts, and then certain things are preempted, then certain things are not. If you check all the boxes, there's even a requirement that it gets approved administratively, which means you wouldn't have quasi-judicial hearings or before you or your planning and zoning board. And so the implementation of that has to go through that process. So it's got a lot of nuances. And I did talk to Catherine Rosmel because she did indicate that it was at the CRA, and we're going to provide her with the memo I'm preparing for you as in your role as city commissioners. She's going to provide some input in there that may affect what you do as a CRA board, just so you can have a single document. So we are collaborating on that, and be happy to get that to you as soon as I can get that. I want to make it so it's understandable. Right now, I saw my first draft and it's 2 legalese. It's a brief, and so that doesn't help you. So I'm going to get something to you very soon. I'm Captain Rosmel, and then we can discuss it whatever workshop or venue you would like to set up, including individually if you want to talk about questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Council, and thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Turkin. Questions for our lobbyist or Council?
No, Mike, I asked you all the questions I had, off the dais. I think Adam and Amanda and I, we were spitballing some creative ideas on, how we can kind of move around this, takes away a lot of our own autonomy. Matt, I just want to say thank you for how hard you and Ballard Partners work, and Carlos, you guys are great, firsthand, got to see that in Tallahassee. So thank you for what you do, and thanks for the update.
Commissioner Hay, questions for the lobbyist?
No.
All right, Commissioner Kelly.
No, Matt, thank you for the summary. I had a chance to read the bill as well, and am looking forward to getting our memo from staff and working with Adam and Amanda on how to proceed forward with the restrictions and what we can and can't do. So just looking forward to hearing more about that moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again, Matt, for your hard work, and thank you for the presentation. I look forward to connecting with you offline and also connecting with Michael Cirillo here, our city attorney, and for that memo. It's in the weeds that I care about, right? The details of how this law will actually be implemented. For now, I will say that I am concerned that it is another, it has good intentions, but it does take away the local authorities of your elected officials to make decisions about density and height and things of that nature. But it is a law that has already passed. So thank you again. And that concludes this item. We're going to move on now to a series of brief announcements. I'll just quickly share them with all of you. The first one is the 2023 Earth Day celebration is on April 22nd from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Centennial Park, located right here, right outside of City Hall, 120 East Ocean Avenue. The next announcement is Senior Health Fair, which is on Tuesday, April 25th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the Zell Hester Jr. Community Center, located at 1901 North Seacrest Boulevard. For all of our mothers, not just the mothers, but mothers and their families, our Mother's Day luncheon is on Saturday, April 29th at 11 a.m. at the Clubhouse, located at 2240 North Federal Highway. I also want to share that the hurricane season begins June 1st, and the Solid Waste Division is urging residents to do their part by conducting tree trimming early in preparation for the 2023 hurricane season. We have two additional announcements that we added on today. That is the fishing tournament and chili cook-off. If you haven't been, highly recommended. It is taking place this Saturday, not this Saturday, but April 22nd at Harvey, or it is this Saturday. This Saturday, April 22nd at Harvey Oyer Park from 12 to 7 p.m. Again, this is the fishing tournament and chili cook-off. Come and visit us. And I know we, the commission, were the chili judges last year. Are we all volunteering as well?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So we will be there. All right. The final event announcement, is that our next City Hall social is next week, April 27th. That's Thursday, starting at 5:30 p.m. We will share some exciting announcements. This is a free community event. This is an opportunity for you to meet the people at City Hall and your neighbors. This way, you know who the directors are of the various departments, your managers, your elected officials, in a fun, casual setting. There will be some food. There will be music provided by DJ Little Marsh. There will be a cash bar, no RSVPs required. And this event will be sponsored by I Think Financial. So that is a local credit union. So I look forward to seeing you there and having a great time with all of you. So that concludes the announcements. Moving on now. Oh, I have one more announcement. This is item 3E. I would like to share a little bit of news with my colleagues and with the public, which is that I am excited to announce the launch of what I see as phase 1 of what I'm calling the Workforce Readiness Initiative. This is a pilot program. It is in partnership with Palm Beach State College and CareerSource Palm Beach County and the city. The purpose of this initiative is to fill the education and skills gap of those who are either unemployed, underemployed, or seeking a career change, and to bring them to gainful employment. The long-term vision for this initiative is to take those newly trained individuals and create a hiring pipeline to eventually meet our city's specific employment demands. What that means in a nutshell is we have companies in our city that are hiring. They often can't hire some of our local residents because of missing qualifications, missing training and education. So let's tailor that education to the jobs that we have here, and let's get people employed. Now, this is step 1, and this is the partnership with Palm Beach State College and CareerSource. CareerSource will provide tuition funding, and students can enroll in Palm Beach State College's College Credit Certificate program. The two programs that they're offering right now is Business Administration and Management, and in the Logistics and Transportation Specialist program. These offerings prepare students for employment in high demand clusters, both of which are growing in our city. So that is targeting to what our city's hiring demands are. Palm Beach State College will be available at our next City Hall social. Again, that's next week, Thursday, provide additional details and information, and they hope to begin their first cohort this summer this year. All right, so I'm just very excited to announce that. It is just phase one, and I just want to share with my colleagues that it is a pilot. So if this is successful, it becomes more of a formal agreement, I will definitely bring that back to all of you and to share the results of that. Okay, so the next item here is a presentation on the red light camera program. I'm going to ask our police chief, Chief DiGiulio, to introduce this item.
Good evening, Joe DiGiulio, Police Chief. So the presentation we have tonight is our red light camera program, which we've had in place since 2011. Our current vendor that we use today is Vera Mobility. It used to be called ATS. So the most important thing is, why do we have a red light camera program? It's an effective and equitable tool for us in the community to reduce red light running, and it keeps people safe. So some of the objectives of the red light program: reduce red light running would be the obvious, enhance safety to the public, maximizes enforcement. While we would love to have an officer at every intersection, we know that's not possible or effective. Also is to educate the public, and this traffic safety program is completely funded by the fines from the violator. We can go to the next slide. I won't be able to read that from here. And of course, it doesn't show up on my phone very well. But that's just a breakdown of, thank you. We have 15 total red light cameras. So that's the first. Look at that. Everybody's helping out. Brian, can you hold it up real high for me? Okay. It's good. It's perfect right there. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So in this slide, we are identifying the locations. This is half of our cameras. Each column represents the year 2020. We'll put an asterisk because it is a COVID year, so we have less traffic volume. It's just NOVs, or notice of violations. That's the first thing that gets sent to those who do run the red light, is a notice of violation. Notice of violation doesn't carry any points, doesn't affect your insurance. It gets issued to the vehicle, no different than a parking ticket gets issued to a vehicle. As you can see, there is each year there is, depends on the intersection, there is a slight increase or a decrease, but it corresponds with the traffic volume. So if you look all the way to the right, you'll see the traffic increase percentages. And when you have a decrease in traffic percentages, you have a decrease usually in notice of violations. We can go to the next slide. And this is the last group of cameras. Once again, for the most part, the increased percentage that goes up, you'll see an increase in notice of violations. When the traffic goes down, you'll see a decrease. Next slide. So obviously, we've been growing as a city. For the past 3 years, since 2020, to include now, our traffic volume has steadily increased. In 2020, it was 49 million. Last 2021, it was 53 million, and last year it was 55 million. So this is the amount of vehicles that actually enter through those intersections throughout the year, which when we looked at it, I know it's a very large number. The good thing, the most important thing is, even though we have an increase in our traffic volume, we had a decrease in crashes. And that underscores the importance of this program to keep the roadway safe. Also, another important part of the red light camera program, it also helps us with our ability to solve crimes. We have on numerous occasions utilized the red light camera to identify vehicles involved in crimes. Identify a suspect vehicle. Usually, for the most part, we do have what we call license plate readers that are funded by the red light camera. We also utilize those as well. And it has been a huge tool in law enforcement, not just for the city of Boynton Beach, but everywhere regionally. We can go to the next slide. So I did an individual crash per location. And as you see, total crashes last year was 249. The previous year was 294. So that's a significant decrease. And the other thing we also, it's not on this slide, is the amount of traffic fatalities. Now, we all can agree one fatality is one too many. Since 2020, roughly 175 million vehicles have gone through those intersections. We've had 3 fatalities. Next slide. This is the breakdown of our vehicle count, which is our traffic volume, how many notice of violations we issue, and the amount of crashes. As you see, we have a reduction of crashes and an increase in traffic volume. Next slide. And this is just a chart just illustrating the amount of violations we issue, comparatively speaking, to our vehicle count and our crashes. Next slide. And if we broke it down per 1 million vehicles that go through the intersections last year, we had 4.5 crashes per million vehicles. The year prior, we had 5.7. Next slide. The other part of this is the recidivism rate. As you see from this chart, those who get issued a notice of violation, 90% of those people never get a second citation, which is pretty amazing. It even exponentially increases for the people who receive 2 citations. 97% of those people never receive a 3rd citation. So does it work? It's changing behavior. It's reducing crashes, reducing fatalities. Next slide. And just to go over the violation process, I know I've had a lot of questions. The cameras don't issue notice of violations to anybody making a right on red. If you get stuck in the intersection, it will not issue you a notice of violation. And there's also a 2-layer approval. So the vendor will actually review it to make sure that it meets our criteria. Then it comes back to us. And one of my public safety aides or officers who work in the traffic safety program, they'll review it as well. Next slide. And the last slide. So what do we use the red light camera funds for? It's the equipment usage from Vera Mobility, the magistrate fees from the red light camera hearings. It funds our traffic unit officers as well as our public safety aides, as well as our red light camera administrator. Our school crossing program is completely funded by the red light camera program. Traffic safety equipment and software. I know we all like to see the speed signs and the big message boards. Well, we're able to get those with the traffic safety funds. And lastly is the license plate readers, as I mentioned before, huge tool in helping us solve crimes. I believe that's the last slide.
All right, thank you, Chief, for that presentation. I'm going to open the floor to my colleagues for questions and comments. Let's begin on my left. Commissioner Kelly.
I don't really have any questions, although I wanted to bring it up to my colleagues. I had a constituent reach out to me a little while back because they were frustrated that they had gotten a red light camera ticket. And one of their points was, well, I had to go, there was a truck blocking me, and so I couldn't see the red light until it was too late. And so I reached out to our traffic division, who then went out and watched the lights and watched the timing and noticed that the timing was off, and they adjusted that. So there's some good, and there's a lot of good that comes out of these red light camera tickets. And like you said, the repeat, it's nice to see that, yes, nobody likes to get a ticket ever, but if it can decrease traffic crashes and fatalities, and then it's, we're doing a good thing by having them. And I know they're frustrating, but I feel like the positive outweighs the negative when you look at the numbers and you see the amount of traffic that's going through those lights and the few tickets or the violations that are truly being issued. So thank you for the presentation. I think it's nice to hear about these programs and why they're in place, and what they're used for. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hay?
Yes, I'm glad to hear that you stated that the traffic light cameras are changing driving habits, and I'm guilty. I got one of those $158 traffic tickets. Just one. I didn't repeat.
You're a part of that 90%.
I'm part of the 90%. But anytime that we can save lives, and I heard you say also that it basically it pays for itself.
Correct.
Can you share with us the amount of income that it brings to the budget?
Well, I don't have all those numbers on the top of, because we don't operate necessarily from the revenue side at the police department, but I can certainly get that back to you.
Okay. I guess from your experience, the intersection out there at Congress Avenue and Boynton Beach Boulevard, probably one of the worst in the city, based on your numbers.
Yes.
Is there anything that you can think of, or as to what we could do to help improve that maybe? Or is it the wideness of that intersection? What is it that causes, or is it more traffic going through there?
One of the reasons why I think that we've had an increase in crashes is that's one of our intersections with the blinking yellow light. So I really think that definitely changed some of our numbers when it came down to it. And it could be the traffic volume, and it's a roadway that's coming off of 95 where people are traveling at a higher speed. But in situations like that where the camera doesn't necessarily address all the issues, that's when we start to deploy our resources. And we do put our traffic officers out there, and we do put the signs, and I'm sure everybody sees it as you're traveling westbound. This is when we are able to be more effective and efficient with our resources and deploy them in those areas. Because at the end of the day, it's not a one solution type of thing. We have to have many different resources out there. So we're able to deploy our resources, our traffic unit, our road patrol, like I mentioned, they'll go out there as well. They'll do actually traffic enforcement.
You stated that we have the license plate readers, and that helps in solving crime. And I've also heard the fact that other cities come to us to to ask us to help as they look at our cameras to help resolve their issues with crime. Why do you feel that we are the only municipality in 39 that have the cameras still? Are you getting any feedback or any ideas from the other cities why they haven't gone this route?
In 2017, there was a lot of the cameras did shut down, and had a lot to do with the ordinance and whether it was constitutionally sound. And I know that some cities were definitely struggling with it. Our ordinance was able to withstand those challenges. And one of the reasons why we're still operating, why the other cities didn't pick up their programs, I mean, I can speculate here, but I don't have those answers for you.
Okay. And I ask these questions because I get beat up on these red light cameras all the time. But my statement is this: that one life saved is enough for me. And I watch the driving habits of people, and we still have the problem of people going through the light, but I notice a lot more when they see that light changing, they stop rather than go through. And one of the points that I think you expressed to me, that as long as you get across that line, that white line, even if you get caught in the middle of the intersection, you will not get a ticket because you've already, for whatever reason, because that was my second time that I thought I was going to get a ticket. I got out there and I made the light, but the truck in front of me stopped. And I got caught out there in that intersection. I just threw my hand up. I say I can't afford another $158. But it turned out that I was not given the ticket, and I wanted to know why. And I thought you might want to share that a little bit more with the people, not to incentivize them to go through, but to be cautious.
So no different than writing a red light camera, no different than writing a red light ticket. Your vehicle's got to cross the stop bar, and then you're technically in the intersection. So if you're in the intersection and the light's changing, you're not going to be issued a notice of violation. In fact, the camera has a delay in it. Well, there's a delay in it before it starts to issue the citations. So after 0.3 seconds, that's when the notice of violations start to be issued. So even those first, hundredths of seconds before when you cross that bar, you're still not getting a citation.
Thank you, Chief.
Welcome.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Let's go to Vice Mayor Turkin.
I'm also part of that 90%. So listen, yeah, we're the only city in the county that has this. So I think there's other ways to generate revenue to provide for these things. I also think that data doesn't lie, and I mean, it worked for me. But what I'd like to know, is it possible if it's someone that's a first-time offender, maybe someone who's having a hard time, and can't afford that ticket? Well, I mean, what can we do for them? We're especially now, we're going in unprecedented times. Inflation's at an all-time high, and I think, some people just get in a situation where they don't see the red light, right? Or I've heard from multiple people, they have to swerve around someone to prevent a crash, and then they're blamed for it for trying to be safe and trying to prevent a crash, and then they're the one to pay. And we are a working class city, and maybe not for some, but certainly for most, that $158 can, and not just that, but the time that it takes to go and pay this ticket and everything like that. What I want to know is, how can we give people a chance who maybe can't afford this, some type of leadway?
But through the vendor, they do have payment plans, as well as you can elect to see the magistrate and then work out no different than going to traffic court, working out some type of arrangement through the magistrate. Because there's always options to help people out who are struggling.
I mean, I guess my question is, can we give a notice without writing a fine that first time?
That's something we have to look into with the vendor.
Okay, I think that would be fair. I think that would be something where we can still help people out and still get the results from this program.
I believe that's something in the contract. I don't know if, Mike, you want to.
No, I mean, we had a warning program, of course, whenever the cameras go on or a new camera goes up, there's a period of time where only warnings were issued, of course, because new intersection. We could talk with the vendor and see whether there is a way for them to, in their database, understand that this is the first time that this vehicle has been tagged in the city and issue a warning. I don't know how feasible, but we can always look and see if that is a feasible option, if that's something the commission would like us to do, as far as one warning. Because remember, it goes to the vehicle, not the driver.
Sure.
So, my daughter runs it in the car. She gets the freebie. I run it. I get the ticket.
Right.
But that's just the way. That's just the way it'll work, right? That's just the way it'll work.
Even more so.
Even more reason
yeah.
to give somebody a break.
Yeah.
I'm not saying my daughter runs red lights, Kate. If you're listening, I'm not accusing you.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we'll talk to the vendor and we'll see if that's something you want us to explore and bring back to you. We'd happy to do that.
That's all I have. I mean, it's up to my colleagues, but that's besides that, that's the only thing I'd like to see come out of the red light program.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Now let's go to Commissioner Cruz.
I mean, I'm the last one, and they basically covered it all. But the only question that I do have is, how is the magistrate chosen? And I do have that, and then the other thing would be, who determines the amount of the fee? Is that a city commission call? Is that a private contract call? Just curious.
The fee is determined by the vendor.
By the vendor.
When they go to the hearing, then the magistrate can make a determination of what their fee wants to be. As far as the procurement of the magistrate, I'm not sure if Mike could chime in on this as well.
Yeah, I wasn't here, I guess, when we selected the current one. I can look back and see how that went. But I think the contracts come before the city commission, if I'm not mistaken. Like I just want to see, I want to look back and see, because I wasn't involved in that when it happened. So we can report that back to you. And I think the fines are set by statute. It's the fee, right? Is that what you're, because you said the vendor sets the
Well, if the vendor has the 158 is through the vendor.
Right.
So the original 158 notice of violation goes to the vendor initially.
Yeah, but the statutes, there's a setup for how much, because there's a formula that the state gets its money too. So that main amount. then
Just curious if we could maybe send each commissioner individually, like the amounts of how much the city makes for revenue wise, and how that helps the police department. And then figuring out, do we have several different magistrates? Is it just one? Like, I don't really know how that works.
There's one magistrate.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cruz. I do have one question for the chief. Chief, if you could just describe what the penalty differences are between getting a red light camera violation versus a regular traffic ticket. What are the different impacts to my license and insurance and so on?
So the notice of violation is just a fine. If you were to get a uniform traffic citation, which we call a UTC, it's the fine as well as its points, and that will affect your insurance.
So to be clear, when you get a red light camera violation, there are no points.
There are no points.
Okay. All right, that is all for my questions. Thank you again, Chief, for the presentation. We appreciate it. And that concludes this item. Thank you. We're now going to move on to item 3I, which is an update presentation on our Boynton Beach internship program. I'm going to call up our Director of HR, Ms. Tennille DeCoste.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. Tennille DeCoste, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. Commissioner Kelly, you wanted an update on the internship program, which, let me tell you, amazing. Next slide, please. So we sent out a survey to all department heads who wanted an intern to work during the year. We had a lot of feedback from the directors. Part of it is they would put a plan together to make sure they're actually working and not just making copies or, doing some meat and potatoes work, especially in the department they want to work in. So we had about 99 students apply. College, we hired 13. High school, we hired 15. So we have a total of 28 interns that have started. Some started in March, some started in April, and some will start in June. Next slide. We had our first orientation on March 29th, which is like a meet and greet. I really want to thank the city manager's office and the department heads. Our marketing department took a picture of every department and put the picture on the table, and then the interns were assigned to that table. And it was like a meet and greet, get to know every department head, introduced themselves, talked about the city. It was really great. Next slide. These are the departments that have interns, which is majority of them. And that concludes my presentation, my update. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. DeCoste. Let's begin on my right, Commissioner Cruz.
No, just really happy to see that. Just curious, what kind of positions or what kind of internships are the high school kids doing?
We have some in different departments. So some in human resources, marketing, finance. Every department I think is up there except PD. That's the only department that doesn't have an intern. We forgive you, Chief DiGiulio, but whatever their needs are in that department. But majority of our high school students start in June. We did have a couple help out with our events.
Thank you very much. I'd love to see the success rate on this. As we spoke in our agenda review, Tennille, I would like to see this open and available to veterans. I think that gets dropped somewhere in translation, but I think it is important to offer that for newly discharged college age veterans, that would be looking into an opportunity. And so just next cycle, if we could, I would love to see that opportunity for them as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay.
I thought it was well organized, well structured. I attended, walked through and talked with many of them. It was job well done. I hadn't seen that format before where you had all of the department heads and they were able to talk to them and develop some type of relationship and rapport. So I thought that was very original. So
Thank you,
job
sir.
well done.
Thank you,
Looking
sir.
forward to the next one. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you, Tennille.
Thank you.
This is something that was very exciting to me when we approved this and pushed this forward. I think that it's a great opportunity for students to get a look inside of government and see there's so many different jobs and opportunities at the city that you just don't even think of as an outsider. So it's exciting. I would like to see them come to commission meetings.
Absolutely.
I think that, to encourage them to see, all the parts and, I would meet and greet. Hopefully they'll come to the city social. I think that would be great to meet them in person and get an opportunity to, just share, just some, what they're learning through the program. So thank you so much.
Thank you, will do.
Mr. Costi, my question is, of the college interns,
Yes.
one of our goals of this program is to eventually build that pipeline to hire people and get them, as Commissioner Kelly has said, get them started to think about careers in government that lots of people don't even know about. So my question is, of our college interns, how many of them are thinking of careers that are directly related to the city?
So we have 6 seniors. 2 of them work with me. One wants to work in the city attorney's office and one wants to work in HR. I have to check with other department heads, but they chose what department they want to work in. So if they chose that department, that's where they want to end up at.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, excuse me.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our next presentation update on the ARPA Small Business Grant Program. Coming to the podium is Mr. John Durgan.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. John Durgan, Economic Development Manager. Just want to provide the Commission with a brief overview and update of the ARPA Small Business Grant. Next slide, please. Just an overview of the program. There was a total of $350,000 allocated towards the program. The eligibility requirements are you must be a for-profit business that was in operations prior to March 1st of 2020, must be located within the city limits of Boynton Beach, have between 1 and 25 employees with annual gross revenues of $5 million or less. The business must have experienced a decrease in their gross revenue year over year or any year over year or quarter over quarter during the pandemic. That's 2020 up until 2022. They have not received any sort of previous COVID-19 assistance either from the city, the CRA, or Palm Beach County. They also must demonstrate that they have lost the monetary value of the maximum grant they're applying for. The City Commission did approve a tiered system for this. So if a business demonstrated a percentage decrease in their gross revenue year over year or quarter over quarter of 25% or more, they could receive a $20,000 grant. 11 to 24% was $15,000, and then between 1 and 10%, they could receive a grant for $10,000. Next slide, please. So the grant timeline, on December 6th, the City Commission amended the ARPA funding for the program from $345,000 to $350,000 to make it clean. And then on January 3rd, the City Commission approved the updated eligibility requirements for the program, as well as approving that tiered system for the grant funding. And then on February 1st, we launched the program. And then I have some of the grant results as of today, which I see that up there. That is correct. So we received 30 applications for the program. We approved 18 of those applications. The amount of funding that we have allocated is $315,000. So we have $35,000 remaining. So that's about 2 recipients we have left to fund, which is amazing. And what I did want to also include in this as well is just some statistics on the type of business and the size of the business that did receive the grant. The average number of employees for a grant recipient was between 4 and 5 employees. And the average annual gross revenue for a grant recipient business was $476,000. So I did want to highlight that that just demonstrates this program was a success. It was geared towards those micro businesses, those businesses that did not receive any sort of previous funding, those true mom and pop small businesses that had 5 or fewer employees and made under $500,000 in annual revenue. So that's a tremendous success, and I do want to thank the commission for allocating funds towards this program. I know you guys are champions and advocates for our small business community. It was a huge success for our businesses. I've received nothing but positive feedback. They're extremely appreciative. Every grant recipient has been absolutely appreciative, thankful. These funds are going to go towards their mortgage and rent payments. It's going to help them make payroll, stack up on their inventory, and really to keep their doors open. So it's been a tremendous success. If you do know of any businesses that could potentially qualify, let me know. We still have that funding available, and I'll be more than happy to walk them through that process. And this is a good time to plug it as well. I know we only have $35,000 left for this program, but we do have our other grant and loan programs that are available for small businesses. We have $100,000 allocated for small business support this year with our commercial property improvement forgivable loan program, as well as our marketing and digital connectivity small business grant. So if you know anybody who'd be interested, send them my way. I want to get those funds out as soon as possible. So next slide, and I will take any questions.
All right, perfect, John. And that was a perfect timing for that plug you put in there. Let's begin with Commissioner Kelly, and then we'll go back around the dais.
Thank you, John. The only question that I have, thank you for the presentation. I'm so glad that it has been successful. I know there was quite a few businesses in District 4 that benefited from this grant program. So I'm super excited that, you know, businesses that are outside of downtown, the CRA were, you know, got the word got out. So I'm excited about that. You were talking about the other grant and loan opportunities. What can we do to push those out? Do we have flyers? Is it on the website? What can we do? What can the residents do to get that out if they do know of somebody who has a small business that is looking to, you know, to make improvements and may be eligible?
Yeah, that's a great question. And even with the ARPA grant, the best way that people found out about this was word of mouth. It was other businesses. It was residents on Facebook that told their friend who maybe ran a business in the city. We have our new marketing position starting on Monday. So we're going to, you know, kind of hit the ground running and have a full blitz of marketing. We're working with our public affairs division as well as our marketing team to push this out through our economic development newsletter, through all of our social media platforms. So we're going to do our best to push this out. But any business that you come in contact with is looking to expand, if they have any renovations going on, these are for new and existing businesses. The commercial property forgivable loan program will be perfect for them. They have to be outside the CRA because the CRA has a duplicate program. But if you know of any businesses that need renovations, that are planning to do renovations or an expansion, please send them my way. And then I think every business can use marketing help. And we have a grant that's up to $2,500 that can help towards our marketing efforts. So if you know of any, you know, word of mouth has always been the best form of communication to reach out to our businesses. But we're trying to make a unique effort to reach those small businesses that really are never engaged with the city, trying to reach out to them. And we'll also be hitting the pavement and going door to door. So that, you know, that'll be helpful as well.
Great. Thank you, John.
Commissioner Hay?
Yeah, John, I'm glad to hear you mentioned about your marketing strategy, because I don't have a question as such, but just a comment. I received this question from more than one person. Believe it or not, there's some out there who still think that old list is still around. Remember the one we had with what was the name? Lejeune.
Carice.
Carice Lejeune.
Mm-hmm.
And with that old list that went away once this body came on board, as I understand it. And I guess I just want it stated for the record. That list is gone. It doesn't exist no more. Correct?
Could you be more specific on which list you're referring to?
The list that your ex boss, who's no longer with us, went to Miami. What's his name?
David Scott.
David Scott and Lejeune put together.
Mm-hmm.
There were like, what, 14, 17 items on that list. and they were prioritized.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That list, as I understand it, went away. And once this commission came on board, is that not correct?
Yeah, and is the list you're referring to, like focusing on the priority for the ARPA funding, like the
Those
education,
programs that
housing?
were on that list
Mhm.
that had been prioritized to receive funding.
Oh, the nonprofits.
Right.
Okay, yes, yes. So yes, this is a totally separate program that has since the commission has decided to go in a different direction. But yes, this is for,
Direction.
yeah, this is for profit businesses versus nonprofits.
So I guess I'm saying that so you
Yes.
can state it for the records. It's on the file now. You can go back and listen to this meeting and know for sure that that list that you guys are still waiting for to fall out of the sky, it's not going to happen.
Understood.
This commission has gone in a different direction.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to turn now to Vice Mayor Turkin.
Yeah, we're talking about the small business grants for COVID relief. We're not talking about nonprofit ARPA funds. John, thank you. Thank you very much for setting this program forward. I want to give a shout out to marketing too, because I did see this come up on the feed, and I know a lot of business owners were able to get through this through our newsletter. And so great success with this. I think when we were discussing this as a body, we wanted to get to that 20 number, and like we're right there. So it's awesome to see something come to fruition like this, make decisions, and make this happen. And thank you, the mayor. I think this was your initiative, and thank you, my colleagues and staff for working hard on this. Yeah, it's an amazing thing. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cruz.
You're still, I know you said there's a marketing person starting on Monday, but are you still by yourself in the department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the work that you do, because just going alone, just going through the applications, it's a very lengthy process. Making sure that the businesses had tax receipts or whatever documentation that sometimes smaller businesses don't have because they don't have the resources or the staff. So thank you for going above and beyond, and to anybody else that helped support that initiative. Really happy to see it come to fruition and that it was a successful program. It in fact helped a lot of small businesses. So just very grateful. I think this was a positive move for our city. I think we're heading in the right direction, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I do want to add to that and give a special shout out to Salika Brown and Lionel in our development services department. They helped administer our BTRs, and they were instrumental in helping a lot of our businesses through that BTR process to back pay and retro pay for that. And they were very helpful. So Salika and Lionel, thank you guys so much.
John, I only have one question for you. The reason why we designed this program the way it is, we made sure that we're helping people who haven't been helped before, right? For whatever reason, they've received all the funds, but for whatever reason, there was still a subset of businesses that were getting missed. Can I ask you, for those of those applicants that submitted and then were rejected, what's the most recurring reason? What are the lessons learned? Why are people getting rejected? What's the most common pitfalls?
Yeah, so one of the largest ones that we did see was we saw a lot of businesses that were not in operations prior to March 1st of 2020. So you had a lot of them start right when the pandemic started, which is very unique. I think people started to transition out of their job and maybe start a business. So we had a lot that didn't meet that criteria of starting prior to March 1st of 2020. And then we also saw a large percentage of applicants who were unresponsive when I asked for additional documentation or we needed updated documentation. They were unresponsive. There was a few that were outside of city limits, but the majority did not respond, and they were not in operations prior to March 1st of 2020.
All right, thank you so much. I believe this concludes this item.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to move on to the public audience section. I just want to remind everybody that, as always, each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Comments must be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to any individual on the dais or in the audience. Personal attacks are strictly prohibited. For those of you online, we will take digital hands raised up until the very last person in the chambers have spoken. And I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. This is for those online, so you can pace yourself. This is public audience for items not on the agenda. If you are here to speak on Ocean One. That item will come up later in the agenda, and that has its own public comment period. Okay, but for anything else not on the agenda, now is the time to approach the podium. And I will begin the timer when you begin, and please state your name for the record. All right, first speaker. One second, it should be working.
How about this one? This is better. Okay, minor change. Okay, my name's Harry Woodworth. Those updates are pretty handy, by the way. Thanks. I'd like to say thank you to Ocean One people. We had a Zoom call with them on the project they were not supposed to talk about, but I'd like to thank them for having the Zoom call with us. The real topic of my conversation with you this evening is why that call didn't happen a year ago. All the developers come and talk to you guys. When they come to you, do you ask them if they've talked to the community yet? Because all over Dade and Broward County, there are communities with requirements in their code that you can't talk to the planning department, you can't talk to the P&D board, and you can't talk to the commission unless you've talked to the community and submitted a report and who attended and what the issues were. And you know what? In some communities, you have to do that twice. And I know that personally because I built towers all over those counties. And when you go to the commission, the first question that any commissioner asks you is, did you talk to the community? Where's your report? How hard would that be to do? Because for the second time in 2 months, we're sitting up here blindsided, and developers are blindsided by information that was known and could have been communicated and could have been discussed long time ago in a much more rational manner than on a phone call days before he's going to present. And we were promised after the Times Equity thing that would start happening. The city used to have a list of paper with the community organization contacts on it. We would get a call or an email. Everybody, you figure out if you care or not, but everybody got it. How hard would that be to do? I mean, seriously, folks, if you want to have a community where the people are engaged and 7%, more than 7% actually vote, maybe we could include them in a few things like huge projects that generate tens of thousands of traffic trips. I mean, how hard could it be to please tell the communities in advance when these guys first come to you so we can talk to them before the cement is starting to dry about things that they might actually would have changed had they even known about it. And I'm just up here asking, please, let's go back to what we used to do. If a developer walks into P&Z, why isn't there a check mark on that little sheet of paper that says, did you talk to the community? If they come to one of your offices, why in the world are you entertaining them if they haven't talked to the community? How simple that would be, and how much hate and discontent would come out of these meetings, frustration, perceptions that the deal is done, it's over, why do we even bother? That would all go away, and you guys would be seen as being upfront about what's going on. Used to do it, used to work. We could go back there. Why don't we? Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. I have 3 things I'd like to discuss tonight. First of all, about 2 months ago, I put in to the public clerk's office on specs of what it would be to have a dove and a cross put on the road for a flag. I've never gotten back. No one's ever gotten back with me in regards to that. I have inquired of many people, a couple of people on the dais, and still have not heard word. My next thing is hurricane season is coming up. It's June 1st. We just had tornadoes and hurricanes run through our neighborhood, and people cannot get permits to fix the roof. We're on a time limit here. Why is the building and zoning department holding up people's permits when we're right here around the corner at a hurricane season? This has got to be a faster, more expedited situation so people can get the roofs fixed before June 1st. My next one is when I was listening to the camera. You know, it's never put into the aspect that we've had people wearing masks for almost 2 years that didn't get enough oxygen to their brain. It hasn't been mentioned that people getting the shot and booster shots, that people are passing out. I was standing in line a couple of weeks ago in Delray at the post office. I hear a thunk behind me. I turn around, it's a man just dropped on the floor. He had just gotten his booster shot. So if the police officer wants to know why there's more accidents, he did not factor that in. And besides that, maybe many of you do not know, but Susan Oyer's brother is the one who owns the red light cameras. Is that a quid pro quo? I don't know. It just sounds a little bit fishy to me. Why is the police department policing the people? That's not their job. Their job is if anybody's done any harm or is trespassing, they don't have the right to take away our liberty and put cameras on us to watch us. This is unconstitutional. Each person up there swore an oath to uphold and to protect the constitutions of the United States of America and of Florida. And I expect that. We give you limited power. We give you limited authority to take care of the things we want taken care of, not have the beast of burden of having tickets with another machine, just like the voting machines, that can be changed at any moment. We, the people, are tired of having these burdens put on us and these lies told to us with statistics without the totality of truth. As I stated, 2 years of mask wearing and the booster shots and shots, there is statistics and proof. People are dying all over the place because of that, and they're driving in vehicles, and it's scary. It is scary, but it's not because of us. It's because those who did certain things and those red lights with that situation, they need to look at what they're going to do for to help those people and tell anybody who's got a booster shot or anybody who did wear the masks for 2 years to please stay off the road, because they're going to be killing the rest of us who didn't. Thank you.
All right, next speaker. If there's anybody else in the audience who would like to speak on any non-agenda items, now is the time to approach the podium. Going once, going twice. All right, seeing no one else, we're going to go to those online. Mani, could you tell me how many people do we have with their digital hands raised, or whomever is there in IT?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, as such, public comments are now closed. We're going to move under administrative. This is section 5 of the agenda. We recently moved item 12B, which is a discussion on the advisory board ordinance. This was requested by Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner, would you like to open this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So several months ago, I met with Catherine and brought it before the commission also to get some, to get feedback on the ordinance or the charter that deals with the advisory boards. And in meeting with Catherine and staff, there's a lot of inconsistencies and some things that probably need to be updated. And I know that, for instance, in one place it says if you've missed 4, you're automatically removed, but then in another place it says if you've missed 7, you're considered an abandoned. So there's a lot of inconsistencies that we found in the charter that I know that Catherine has worked with the city attorney to talk about. And so I don't want to make this super long-winded and have a long discussion. I kind of am looking for your support in asking staff to make recommendations on how to improve the charter and how to improve the applications. Our application is very short. And I've been looking at other municipalities and the county that has a much more thorough application, asks a very simple question: why do you want to be on this board? Why are you interested in participating in city business and on these boards? And I think that we can improve the application process to give ourselves a little bit more information as far as the person that's applying, and potentially when I know the county has a commissioner actually sign off on the application for the applicant. So they're in a way sort of sponsoring the person to be a member of that advisory board before it comes before the commission and it's voted on and approved. So just some ways that maybe we can enhance the program and enhance the charter to clear up some inconsistencies and to make it more streamline and make it make sense, so that we also are running into where we have some boards that have some requirements as far as specialties. And in looking at those boards, most of them don't have anyone or very limited people that have those specialties. And so I think those all need to be maybe revamped, and we need to look at those and make sure that, on our boards that have requirements like the art board and P&D has some requirements of different specialties and careers, and that we're making sure that those boards are do contain those those specialties in those fields, because they're important to those boards. So that's kind of, Catherine can maybe explain a little bit more, but I think she's looking for some guidance from us as far as making some recommendations. What I asked her to maybe do was to redline the charter with the suggestions that she and Mike have, to then present it to the board so that you can see how it reads now and what staff's recommending. But those are, and then also maybe potentially putting in some additional items, for instance, so that we don't have one member of, sitting on 4 different boards, that maybe we limit the amount of boards that a person can sit on, just so that we have residents who want to be involved by the amount of applicants that have applied for different boards. So to make sure that we're giving people opportunity, and maybe we limit the number of boards they can sit on. The charter prevents you from being on 2 quasi-judicial, but it doesn't for the general boards. So maybe to make that clear. So those are just some things that I've been speaking with staff about and that they want our direction on.
Commissioner Kelly, thank you for bringing this item forward. I know that there are a series of areas where there can be some cleanup in the language. So just to be clear, you're asking for our support to direct staff to bring forward the recommendations. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct. What staff is suggesting is that they redline the charter with suggestions that they've worked with Mike on, our city attorney, and then bring the red line version back to us to review and to see if that's something that we're okay with, and potentially a new application as well, like a draft.
All right, so I'm interpreting that as a motion to direct staff to bring back to us a series of recommendations to improve the ordinance pertaining to the advisory boards. Is there a second? There's a second from Commissioner Hay. Is there any further discussion? Vice Mayor Turkin, then Commissioner Cruz.
Yep, no, I agree with you, Commissioner Kelly. I think this is definitely a good process. What I don't want to do is postpone the appointments that we have today, because what I don't want to create is a behavior of, people are engaged, they want to help, and then, we postponed this last time, we postponed it again, and then there's this long drawn out process. Some of these positions we don't even have applicants for, so I don't want to eliminate community participation. But I definitely think that there needs to be some adjustments to the charter, so you'll have my support. I just want to make sure that people who want to be engaged in the community, we allow them to. And then moving forward, if they're grandfathered in or if there's openings, those new amendments go into effect.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Cruz.
Yep, thank you for bringing this up, Commissioner. I do have one question, because you mentioned making a change to the charter. Can somebody explain to me what that entails? What's the process? How does it work?
I'm going to turn now to our counsel to answer that question.
The issues with the advisory board are actually in an ordinance. So if we would bring you back a red line ordinance. If there's anything in a charter that relates to these things, it would have to come and go through a referendum process if it's in the charter.
Is that an ordinance?
This is in the ordinance.
Yeah. Yep, and I mean, I'm thinking 2 things. I'm thinking we definitely want to give opportunity to as many residents as possible. I've had a lot of constituents reach out and tell me that they're interested. But are we as a city expressing that, or how are we letting the constituents that are not always at the meetings know that there are openings in these advisory boards? I guess that's a question for staff. How are we communicating that? Or if not, maybe we can work with the marketing department to say we have openings in these positions, so that we can be equitable and we can make sure that we're targeting all of our residents, and not just, continuing to not do that.
I believe our Assistant City Manager, Catherine Matos, if you could chime in on this question.
Thank you. Yes, so we regularly post about this in the newsletter that goes out twice a month. We also, when we have booths at our events, we have information about volunteering. At the last City Hall social, we had that advisory board application there on site with the clerk available to answer questions. So we're doing everything we can to get the word out. It's just, just like all of us, everybody else is busy too. And
are we posting them on social media at all?
I believe we do. Yes, we do.
Like
Thank you,
openings
Eleanor.
for the appointment? Okay.
Yes.
I don't know if I've seen that. Okay, thank you. I'm a homeowner and I've never received the newsletter until I was elected and I have my city email and I own a home in the city. So I don't know if we have everybody's information. I guess that's a whole different conversation. But definitely something to think about.
Yeah, something I saw recently was an employee from another city sent me an email and it had a link in their email signature to sign up for the newsletter. So there's things like that that we can continue to do and look at to get the word out more and more.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what Catherine is actually mentioning, we've also went through and we triaged those names that are actually on the appointment list, and we some people were actually double up on some of the boards, and Catherine was able to identify some of those individuals. So you don't have two of the one person occupying two spots, so it actually frees up some more positions for those citizens that are interested to serve on some of our boards and give them the opportunity. So.
All right, thank you. Was that it, Commissioner Cruz? All right, I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Hay. I believe you had a question.
Yeah, I agree with Vice Mayor Turkin about we don't want to hold up the list now because we have a hard enough challenge of getting people to volunteer. And when if we have a list, let's go ahead with that list. Meanwhile, we can take a look at it. And one thing, having said that, one thing I want staff to take in consideration is don't make it too cumbersome to the point that it becomes a challenge more than it is now. For example, I don't see where I need to sign off on anyone's application for a position. We're talking about grown people most times, and I think they know whether or not they qualify, and we still have the ability to not approve them at this level when they get to us. We have the information ahead of time, and we have the application there. So I think that's, I'm okay with that piece of it, the way it works now. But certainly, as Commissioner Kelly is saying, there's room for improvement. So I would support it.
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion on the table, which is to direct city staff to bring to the city commission a series of recommendations to improve the ordinance pertaining to the city advisory boards. We did have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Thank you again, Commissioner Kelly, for bringing this item forward. The next item under administrative is what we have printed as 5A, annual reappointments and appointments of eligible members of the community to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards. This was previously tabled, so in order for us to discuss this item must be removed from the table. Is there a motion to remove this? There is a motion to remove this item from the table, and I did hear a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor of removing this item from the table say aye.
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 All those not in favor of removing this item from the table say no.
No.
No. All right, the motion does not pass. We have a 2-3 vote, and with Commissioner Kelly, the mayor, as well as Commissioner Cruz dissenting. Commissioner Kelly.
I just, the reason that I did not want to table this is because, as I said, in particular, there's one board that requires specialties for the members, and 4 of the applicants, the only qualification that they have for that board is that they're a resident. And so I think that we need to really look at the applicants and the applications and do our due diligence. And because this has been a process, I'm not comfortable making appointments to these boards when there's this inconsistency and there's not the connection with the applicants. So that's the reason that I didn't support it.
All right, thank you. And let's turn to Commissioner Hay.
Just one question. Of course, I will abide by the majority, but whose responsibility would that be to make that decision as to whether or not this applicant has what we're looking for to go on that particular board. Will that be staff? Will that be the commissioners? Will that be some special person assigned? I need a little more input on how that's going to work.
Commissioner, I'd like to just try to answer that question. Our direction is for staff to bring some recommendations. So ultimately, as a matter of policy, we will make that decision with the exception of certain boards. From what I gather from speaking with council, they do have legal requirements for quasi-judicial boards, for example. But I'll defer to council if you want to speak on anything, who determines, going back to his question, who determines how certain things are, criteria are put in place.
Well, you guys will, again, you have it in place now. It's an ordinance. We'll bring back the red line for certain professions or whatnot. There may be some boards like say planning and zoning, for example, that may have a list of folks in a statute or somewhere. I would just confirm for that. And if that's the case, then we would bring those forth to you. They would probably continue to be in the code, but you would ultimately decide what backgrounds you want these boards to be comprised of, and whether it's important enough to have that in addition to just being a resident of the city, for example. And that could be discussed as part of the review of what is brought back to you on this write-up. And we might even go so far as instead of striking them, putting notes and something that's saying this is a qualifications thing that you can consider without recommending deleting, say, architects or something, or attorneys, which we'd like to get rid of
Council,
as much as we can.
well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm just, to continue that, how does that differ from what we're doing now? We get a list of people who have applied, and I'm thinking, as I see that list, that these people qualify for that because they're on the list. Obviously, we're getting people who are not qualified on that list that we get, that we recommend.
Commissioner Hay, I can respond to that. So one of the cleanups that we discussed was each board that's listed in the ordinance as written has different language for how different members qualify. And there's a lot of caveats, like some of the boards say we'd like an architect or an engineer or, whatever the specialty may be when possible or where possible. So part of the recommendations that would come back, and you all would have the opportunity to, weigh in on that, would be to make the language as uniform as possible across the boards, and also tighten up some of those requirements if desired. So removing some of that language that makes it more flexible, if that's what the direction you all want to go in.
For example, I think if you get an application, they indicate maybe their background, and they can be determined from that. I don't know what kind of vetting gets to you, but like, for example, planning and zoning boards has a list of professionals, but says when possible. So for example, you don't have any urban planners applied, but you've got other people who are otherwise qualified residents of the city. You're not locked into having the urban planner, but that's the one. But if you got an urban planner and you didn't have one before, you would look to see whether that person could do it. That's how it's written right now. So if you wanted to change that philosophy and change that viewpoint, that's what we'll present to you for that. And another example is historical preservation board says where possible, a minimum of 2 members shall be chosen from the following disciplines. So, the emphasis on those was it would be good to have board members that have some background on this, but it's not mandatory, and all of them don't have to have it. So those are the type of things that we want to look at and see whether that's necessary or whether you want to change that at all.
All right, thank you, Council. Commissioner, did he answer your question?
Well, yes and no. I'm only saying that I don't want the responsibility of having to look at the background of these people. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go individually to anybody and talk about what they've written up here and see whether or not they qualify. What I would like to see, okay, is when that list is given to me, whoever is responsible for doing it, staff or whomever, when that list is given to me, that person on that list is qualified for that position that they're requesting. And if they're not, they shouldn't be on the list. That's all I'm saying, because I don't want the responsibility. I have enough to do.
And that may be part of, we talked about maybe a more thorough application. Doesn't have to be like a job application, but maybe it's more clear and providing some verification of some of the representations that are made on there, so that it's more straightforward for staff to look at that and say, yes, they're qualified, and we can move them forward to the city commission, or it's not clear, or no, they're not, and do something different. And that can be, again, part of your discussion we have with you is what kind of discretion do you want staff to have before you get the applicants? That can be part of the discussion that we have when we bring back the ordinance.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I just want to quickly chime in because I did have a conversation with our city attorney earlier today. And my question was, if this item was not removed from the table and these reappointments weren't made, would the same individuals just continue serving? Would that be the situation?
Yes, you serve until your successor is appointed.
So the boards will continue to operate?
Yes, and I would say, given that scenario, the boards can continue to operate, and you've got, carryover board members who want to bring this back to you and get some direction at next available meeting. So we'll get together soon and bring you something so we can get this done in the next, hopefully, given agenda deadlines and timelines, couple months.
All right, thank you, Council. I'm going to turn now to Vice Mayor Turkin. I believe you want to say something.
She had her hand up first.
Oh,
Commissioner Cruz.
that's all right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
No, I think it's important to have, good qualifications. I agree with that. I don't agree with tabling this. And I know some boards don't even have quorums now. And I think it's important that, especially for the crab board, making those appointments, other boards, maybe not the quasi judicial ones. But we have to lead by example. We're commissioners, we have qualifications, good credit, experience, financially responsible. So I think that's absolutely important, and make sure that we uphold by that. So, again, like my colleague said, I'm not going to go against the motion, but I'm going to support this process. But, I just think that, we have to be those leaders and also, so thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Cruz, any final questions or
I
comments?
just had a thought.
Go ahead.
We've had a lot of new communities. I can speak for my district in my corner. A lot of new communities where they're new residents, they're not interconnected with the city. Can we reach out to those communities? Maybe they're not all HOA. Sometimes they have a management office, but could we reach out to their management office and share these opportunities so that we're targeting people where they're at and making sure that we can have more opportunities for people that have been involved as well as people that have not yet been involved?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. This concludes this item. We're now going to move on to consent agenda. I want to ask my colleagues, are there any items under consent that you would like to pull for discussion? Commissioner Kelly, which item would you like to pull?
6B, please.
6B. And was that it?
That's it. Yes.
Commissioner Hay, was that the same one?
Same one.
Okay. All right. Vice Mayor or Commissioner Cruz, any request?
No, sir.
All right. Let's have a motion to approve the remainder of consent agenda.
So move.
We have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of approving the remainder of consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. We're now going to discuss proposed resolution number R23-047. Approve and authorize the city manager to sign a commercial lease agreement with Palm Beach County to establish a community services department satellite office here in the city to directly assist the residents of Boynton Beach. Mr. Durgan, I see you're at the podium. Would you like to introduce this item further?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. John Durgan, Economic Development Manager. I would be the point person for the city on this initiative if the lease agreement does pass. I do have somebody on from Palm Beach County. They can better answer your questions on some of the programs that they do offer, just to highlight those wonderful programs they'll be administering at City Hall. But just a quick overview. Essentially, we would have Palm Beach County directly on site here at City Hall to help our local residents administer a lot of their social service programs, rent reimbursement, utility assistance, and HVAC replacement. They have a whole laundry list of wonderful programs they have to offer, and they have a lot of funding for that. And so we would have somebody here on site to help them through that application process one-on-one, help them collect those documents that are needed for the program. I'm not doing it justice describing the program. So I know we have Mildred on virtually, and she'll be able, she's from the Palm Beach County Community Services Department. She'll be able to walk you through all the programs they have to offer and answer any of your questions.
All right, thank you. Mildred, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself. If you could just introduce your department and what you do and what kind of services you'll be bringing to the city.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm the employment counselor, and I work out of the Belgrade office, and we offer a vast of services such as the rental assistance, relocation, training. We assist with light, water utilities, and a lot of the communities, a lot of the families, they not computer savvy. So therefore, we need locations to assist them with their documents, to help them through the application process, and to also provide them with the list of documents that they may need, so we could point out which document that they need in order to become approved. Also, we have a training program that from the Family Self-Sufficiency Program. We offer all types of trainings and job placements and everything. So we just need another location to assist them with their application process.
All right, thank you so much. I'd like to open the floor for questions and comments on the days. Vice Mayor, Commissioner Cruz, if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you. So there's good news. There was a bit of a fear earlier this week about the potential temporary loss of funding for that program. But today, the Board of County Commissioners approved to have county funds be allocated for that purpose, to be able to maintain these programs, maintain water utility assistance, light utility assistance, rental assistance for people that are struggling right now. And so I think it's a positive opportunity. I think it's great that we have a location here at City Hall where our residents come. What better place is there to come than your own City Hall, instead of having to go up to West Palm or Delray, right? We want to serve people where they're at, and very happy to see this happening. Thank you to Commissioner Kelly. I heard during my agenda review, the city manager mentioned that you were the one that brought that up. So I thank you for that. I think it's a positive change in our city. And my understanding is that the office is going to be on the first floor where the development area is. Building? The building apartment, okay. Yep, so really happy to see that, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
No, thank you, Commissioner Kelly, for bringing this forward. I think this is genius. Leave my comment at that.
All right, Commissioner Hay?
Nope, I think it's a tremendous asset for the city. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mildred, from the county, for being here tonight to kind of go over the services that you provide. This is a conversation that started with Commissioner Weiss and his office several months ago, that this was even a possibility, to think that we could have a county representative here in our City Hall. You know, a lot of our residents you don't know until you have that need. But the city, you know, is limited in what we have to assist the residents, but the county has a huge community services department that this is what they specialize in. And I know over Maylee, our city clerk, you know, over Thanksgiving break, we did, oh gosh, I'm gonna get choked up. No, we did baskets over Christmas, and we encountered a couple of residents who had some needs, in our city, and we were able to connect them with this department. And, you know, it took some time because everything had to be done via phone and email. And so it'll be so nice to have somebody on site that can go over the program, go through all the paperwork that they need, and get the funding to the residents as soon as they can. And so I'm super excited to see this finally coming to fruition. And I just thank you, John, for taking charge on the city end and county community services department. They're amazing, and I am super excited. So thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Kelly, I want to commend you for bringing this forward. Combining resources is always a good thing, and you're bringing it directly to the people. There are a lot of people in our city who need help, and this will just give them even more resources, more opportunities to get back on their feet. So thank you again. Thank you, John, and thank you, to our partner there in Palm Beach County. All right, this concludes this item. However, I need a motion to approve this item.
So move.
Second.
There is a motion from Vice Mayor and a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of proposed resolution R23-047, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose, say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you and congratulations. We're moving on now to consent bids and purchases over $100,000. Are there any items that my colleagues would like to pull? Hearing none, may I have a motion to
So
approve?
move.
All right, we have a motion from
Second.
Vice Mayor. We have a second from Commissioner Kelly. This is to approve the entirety of consent bids and purchases. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. We are now turning to the public hearing item pertaining to Ocean One. If this is your first time in a public hearing, the procedure will be as follows. I will turn to counsel to read the item into the record. He will then swear in the relevant parties, after which we will hear a presentation from the applicant, followed by a presentation from staff, after which we will open the floor for public comments. After that, we will hear from staff again, and we will then hear from the applicant last. After all of that has concluded, we will hear final comments from my colleagues, and then we will turn the item for voting. Council, I'm going to turn to you to read the item into the record and swear the relevant parties.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The application is for a project known as Ocean One. There are two items that are going to be considered during the public hearing. The first is approve a request for major master plan modification, MPMD 23002, and a major site plan modification, MSPM 23003, to the Ocean One project to allow the construction of a mixed-use development consisting of an 8-story building with 371 units, 25,558 square feet of commercial space, associated recreational amenities, and parking on a 3.71 acre site located east of North Federal Highway between East Boynton Beach Boulevard and East Ocean Avenue in the MUC Mixed Use Core Zoning District. The second part of this, which will be considered in a public hearing, is the companion approved request for two community design appeals, CDPA 22005 and 23-009, of Part 3, Chapter 4, Article 3, Section 6F2D, which requires habitable floor area to wrap all upper levels of a parking garage where the structure has frontage along a public right-of-way, to allow alternative design solutions for the facades of the parking garage as proposed, and 4 community design appeals, CDPA 23001, 23002, 23003, and 23004 for Part 3, Chapter 3, Article 3, Section 5C1, Table 3-22, footnote 7, which requires that buildings be placed at a distance from the property line no greater than to accommodate for a pedestrian zone, which would allow it for a step back provided at the ground floor. As you indicated, Mr. Mayor, this is a quasi-judicial procedure. The applicant will go first, but anybody who wants to speak on this item and would give sworn testimony, that the applicant, staff, or members of the public who want to provide testimony, what I'd ask is you raise your right hand at this time and I'll swear you in. You do not have to be sworn in to give testimony. However, only the testimony will be considered evidence in the case. The other will be considered informational. Do you swear or affirm the statements or testimony to give this evening should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. And I do ask if you speak during a public comment that you indicate whether you have been sworn or not. And just for the record, all the documentation that's in the backup and the reports of staff, as well as any materials that were developed during Planning and Zoning Board per code or part of the record already do not need to be formally submitted into the record. And at this time, unless there are any questions, you could proceed to the public hearing.
Council, just for clarity's sake, I just want to be absolutely clear. In this hearing, we are addressing item 8A and B simultaneously.
Yes, unless the applicant objects, that's the way you proceed because to my understanding, everything is interrelated to the development.
All right, thank you. I see the Vice Mayor has his hand up. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I would like to table these items. You know, we brought up a park master plan for the downtown area, and I think this is one of the most crucial developments that's going to happen. And so if we are serious about a park master plan, I think we should table this item. We heard a lot of feedback last week at the CRA. You know, I didn't get approached by Bonnie Miskell or the applicant to discuss anything with this project, and I'm the representation of this district, yet my colleagues have. So I would like, so that I can do my due diligence and find a common solution, I would ask my colleagues to allow me to do that and table this item and get more community input and focus on the park master plan and how this plays into that. And so, yeah, I just ask that you guys allow me to have that conversation.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Vice Mayor has put forward a motion to table this item. We have already begun the proceedings, but I will require a second in order for this to be tabled.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to table this item. Is there any further discussion on the motion to table?
The action that we take tonight does not necessarily lock us in. We still don't have to, well, let me put a question to legal to be clear. What is it that what are we voting on tonight between A and B? I know what it says, but in layman's terms.
My understanding is that you're voting the final approval for the project, for those applications, for the site plan, for the master plan, and for the architectural design appeals, the community design appeals. You are the final say. So this would be the final hearing before the city for those applications. I don't know if any other applications are due for the project, but for those items tonight, major site plan, major master plan modification, major site plan modification, and then design criteria appeals.
I would like to also ask the applicant, if I may, what kind of timeline of impact does this have on the total project if we were to delay it until?
Ladies and gentlemen, 1 second, I'm going to ask you to refrain from making comments from the audience so I can
I know,
go ahead, Commissioner.
I know that a lot of people have come out tonight to express themselves on this item, and I would like to hear it. But by the same token, I want to be fair to everyone. And so that's why I'm trying to get a little more clarity about this whole matter before I cast my vote whether to table or not.
All right.
I want to remind.
1 second, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Kelly, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to hear the presentation. My issue is that I understand that there are meetings that have been put in place with residents or it's been reached out that are, the CRA board asked the applicant to meet with residents. And I understand that a meeting has been set, but it obviously can't happen before this meeting. I would like to see the presentation. I think residents would like to see the presentation, but I am not comfortable voting on something before the applicant has met with the residents that the CRA board specifically asked happen. So that's my position on that. I would like to hear the presentation. I would like to see it, but that's why I'm supporting tabling it. But I would like, if we can hear the presentation before we table it, then I would be in a better position for that.
All right, let's turn now to the Vice Mayor. I'll come back to you.
I just want to remind also too that the CRAB board, there was an extension, a 6-month conditional extension, for something that could be binding with this master plan. So I don't think time is of the essence. Realistically, I think Commissioner Kelly hit it right on the head. We should hear from the community, and we should also incorporate this in our park master plan.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner Hay.
We took over 3 hours on last Tuesday discussing this item. I don't want to sit through another 3 hours. What I want to know is, after all of that was said and done, did that meeting happen between you, please let me, between you and the citizen and residents? Because I can't see, I don't want to talk about this and discuss this until that's done. So can you respond?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Can I? So we were directed in the next 30 days.
For the record, I'm sorry.
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Miskell.
Bonnie Miskell. I have been sworn. I'm here as the representative for the owner and the applicant.
Thank you.
In that meeting, we were directed within the next 30 days prior to the next CRA meeting for us to go to the neighbors and have meetings. We have no obligation to fix their parking problem, but what we wanted to do was in a collaborative manner as a neighbor, provide some ideas that we have, and we do have some ideas. Since that meeting, the very next day, we spoke to their representative, Rick Dunstan, who gave us a date. He gave us a date. There are more of them to coordinate than us, and that date is May 1st. And so we will be there. We have committed to be there. We did exactly what we told you, and it will be within 30 days of the meeting that we had set. Additionally, we had a meeting already with another set of neighbors who expressed some interest, which a gentleman earlier spoke about during public presentation. Our client and their technical consultants met with them and provided some feedback and answers to questions they had. So that did occur. And we are available to have other meetings with other people. With the Marina Village meeting that was set, and again, they're going to control sending their neighbors notices as they have records of all their emails, et cetera. There are some other people that have expressed an interest to participate in on that meeting. With their permission, we're certainly happy to do it. But those meetings have nothing to do whether this application meets the requirements of the law. We submitted an application, we paid our fees, we processed it. It's been 8 months. We haven't been doing it for a year. It's been 8 months. If my client doesn't go forward, they could very much or potentially lose their financial commitment to go forward with this project, which is fatal. And Mr. Turkin, Commissioner Turkin, you're shaking your Vice Mayor, you're shaking your head. No, my client will get up and confirm that. You would obviously not be privy to that financial commitment. So we would be in a position where for something that is unrelated to our project, you have stalled us when we have a complete application and a compliant application, and we are ready to move forward today. And that would be grossly prejudicial and detrimental to this application. Again, for the benefit of solving a problem that we have not created. So I would plead with you to allow us to present, to consider whether we meet the requirements of the law and vote on that basis, not on whether someone else would like us to contribute 100 parking spaces to their shortage and their deficit. And I don't think that's ever been done, by the way, to the downtown. This board has never asked any landowner, and I've been involved in many of those cases, to provide public parking to a property that is deficient in parking. That has just not been done. It is not legally appropriate. Yet we do want to help. We have some ideas. We've also, by the way, spoken with your staff about one of our ideas that would require some assistance from the city as well regarding code. So this is a collaborative effort. We are a neighbor in the downtown. We have the same interest as they do in making the downtown better, but we are not the cause of the problem. And as far as the park plan, this is the first I've even heard about that. The piece of property, my client acquired a private property that the former owner owned and sold to them. It is not a park. It's never been a park. It is not a park in those documents, and no one's ever said it's a park. So I just want to make the record, set the record straight on that.
Ms. Gohl, there may have been a misunderstanding. What I said earlier in the meeting was a parking master plan.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I had
It's for
heard
the
just
whole
a park.
downtown.
Okay,
Just a
thank you.
clarification.
Thank you very much.
All right, so I don't want this to be, again, as what Commissioner said, a 3-hour discussion to just even have a discussion. And so I'd like to hear one final round of comments, but we need to move forward, all right? So Vice Mayor, final call, and then we'll final call for everyone.
No, it's, you mentioned collaborative, but you and your team did not reach out to me since the last CRAB meeting.
But if you'd like to, I'll wait for you to finish.
No, I'm just saying, I'm the representative of this district where this project is taking place, and nobody thought to reach out to me, especially based on my comments. Listen, I like to collaborate. I want a win-win for everybody, right? We want this. This is a huge project, and we can't rush. We cannot rush. And so I think we need continued community input. And like my colleague said, I don't feel comfortable voting on something when I'm hearing no's in the audience before we're even at public, comment on this item. I don't think it's good to move forward, and I understand. I just don't think I'm not going to be phased by subjective language, especially if it was a collaborative effort and there was so much care. Why was I not reached out?
If I may respond.
Absolutely, please respond.
I think you made your position very, very clear at the last meeting, and that information was also shared by some of the neighbors we spoke to, that you had no interest in supporting this project. And so that the suggestion was that we needed to solve the problem. All I'm asking, Vice Mayor and Commissioners, is that we be given the same treatment that Affiliated received. That was moved through in a very expedited manner. If I may finish, we are just asking for the same treatment. Consider our application on its merits and whether it meets the requirement of the law. Please don't consider other properties' deficiencies, what other properties were given or what they weren't given. We meet the full requirements of the law. And because that, we believe that we have a right to be heard, and we've paid our fee and we've gone through the process. And the fact that this is a neighbor who hasn't even been able to pull a permit yet, but they're willing to work with the surrounding neighbors with their ideas and some of their resources is incredibly special. I would hate for you to penalize them for stepping up to the plate when they have no legal obligation to do so. That's all we're asking.
Thank you. All right, any final comments from my colleagues who have not yet spoken? Anything else? All right, so what I'd like to say is that I am in favor of having this quasi-judicial hearing today. Why? So as what I heard from my colleagues, we can hear the presentations and we can hear public comments. If you like it, vote for it. If you don't like it, don't vote for it. Those are always options on the table, but at least can we hear out the presentations? Let's make sure we run a fair, professional hearing, one that's not prejudicial, and then we will hear from the public. But if we don't have it, we don't hear from the public at all, and we don't see the presentations and the staff analysis.
One
All
more
right,
comment.
go ahead, Commissioner.
No, as I look back in my past, and I've gone through many of these, when a developer meets the requirements that we as a city have set, we open ourselves up to more closed door sessions, which I'm sick of. Does it lock us in legal tonight if we were to listen to the presentations and vote either up or down? Or, I mean, if we voted up, okay, and approve of it, do we not have the ability to change with some of the ideas that may come out of a meeting with the residents? For example, parallel parking or going to compact spaces. I don't know. These are just ideas that could jump out as these great minds meet with other great minds. But I don't want to lock ourselves in again and have to go through more of these closed door sessions when the applicants has satisfied the requirements that we set as a city. Are you following me?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, so of course, whenever you approve an application, you're voting up or down on what's before you. If there's an outgrowth of conversations that would modify that or change things, it can be done. I'm sure there's a process for doing that administratively, and then there's a process that could bring you back to you for an application to amend your approvals. But for tonight, you will vote on the applications that are before you and what's being presented to you, and determine whether they have met the requirements of the city's code in order to have their approvals. I don't know. I hope I answered your question, but yeah, they can be modified. There's processes to modify it, but for tonight, you will consider it. You will evaluate it based on the record that's presented to you. And if you determine it meets the qualifications, the requirements of our code, you then approve it. And this aspect of the process is complete, at least before the city commission.
So, Bonnie, as far as the applicant is concerned, your client, if this were to go in your favor, would you still be open to ideas that could come up later down the road with and allow us to modify?
Right.
And
The
if I
question.
could-
Go ahead.
Did I hear?
Yeah, if I can respond. So a few of the thoughts that we have and potential solutions wouldn't require us to modify our plan at all. But it would require potentially some code changes, and it would require some of your departments to work with us to confirm our idea. And that's what we had hoped to discuss with the neighbors. And we've never suggested that we wouldn't talk to them, so that, you know, the hostility is a little surprising because we want to work with them. So some of those ideas, Commissioner, I don't think would even require us to modify our plan at all. And we already are putting parking
But there
on
could
the
be an
service.
improvement to.
Well, in fact, yeah,
overall.
well, and I can cite several different code changes that this city has implemented that, and including actually Marina Village and Casa Costa, that they came back in and modified their plan because there was a benefit to that developer or their community. So we certainly could do that if there is a benefit, in fact, to ours as well. And we're not foreclosing that out. But at this point, you know, we have financial commitments and we need to get our site plan approved. And we designed it so that it would meet the requirements of the code so that we would not be in a predicament. But certainly, as others have done before us, we would consider that if in fact there was some benefit to us as well as the others that are looking for, you know, progress.
I understand your position, but you've also known about this project since what, 2013 or 14 or something?
Which project? Well, you mean formally the former project?
Yeah.
I think it was around 2017, sir. Yes.
2017, so.
And no one had ever asked us for parking, but Mr. Camilleri did show 50 spaces that were going to be public parking in his plan, and that plan is approved today.
To be clear, that's the previous owner.
That was the previous owner, and that is the plan, that if this should be approved, that plan would be nullified. And he also had asked for TIF, which had originally been approved for that project, which has expired. But some of those other projects that also have public parking were given other things, TIF, land, et cetera. We're not asking for that here.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, listen, we need to make a decision whether or not we move forward with this hearing. My position is I want to hear the facts. Can we just see the presentations? Can we hear from the public? You don't have to vote for it, but let's hear out what it is that they're actually presenting. All right. So that is my position. Are there any other additional comments, or are we finished?
I support your position, Mayor.
All right, let's have the hearing. Let's proceed. Council, you have sworn in the proper individuals. What is the next step?
Did have a motion and a second.
We did
so-
have a motion and a second. Can you repeat? The motion was from the vice mayor. The second was, can you remind me who the second was from?
Commissioner Kelly.
Commissioner Kelly.
So
And
you
this
at
is
least have to
table.
dispose of the motion in order to
Absolutely.
proceed.
All right, we have a motion to table this item. We have a second from Commissioner Kelly. This is to table this item again. All those in favor of tabling this item say aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose say no.
No.
No. All right, just to be clear, I heard 2 no's. Is that correct?
I want to hear the presentation. I want to hear from the public. I want to hear what they have to
So
say.
you are saying no to the tabling, the motion to table?
Correct. I
All
wanna hear
right.
the presentation.
So the motion fails for lack of majority. We have Commissioner Hay, myself, and Commissioner Cruz dissenting. We will proceed with the hearing.
Thank you. We do have a PowerPoint that we'd like to show the public and the commission if we may. There we go. Actually, okay, thank you. Next page. Is there a way for me to advance it, or I just tell you to? Okay. All right, thank you. So I think, again, Bonnie Miskell, I have been sworn. I'm here on behalf of the owner and the applicants. And we have a couple of things before you this evening, and our team is here, and you'll see some of them, and they can answer questions as we go forward. So this site is the northeast corner of Ocean and Federal Highway. It's approximately 3.71 acres. Next slide, please. And it is, just to orient the group, and I think most people know, immediately to the east of us is a condo office building, and to the east of that is Marina Village and the marina and some of the restaurants on the marina waterfront. To the north of the site is Casa Costa. To the east of the site is the newly approved Pierce project. To the south is a mix of retail buildings. Northwest is 500 Ocean. And the primary and principal roadways are Boynton, Federal, and Ocean, with Northeast 6th Court on the east side, and that's a secondary road. Next slide, please. So just to give everyone a little perspective, because there was much discussion at that CRA meeting, and there was information that was stated that it is not correct. And so I'd like to just advise you of what currently is approved on the site today. And the former owner came in back around 2017, and he sought a two-phase project with a master plan that showed two phases. What you're seeing on the screen is the master plan. Phase 1 was essentially the north half, which fronted on Boynton, and phase 2 was the south half with frontage primarily on Ocean. The first phase was a site plan as well, a very detailed site plan, and that site plan was approved. But the total approval, because people kept thinking that we doubled the density, that is not correct. It's not even closely or remotely correct. This approval was, the master plan was approved for 358 units, 12,075 retail space, 120 hotel room, an 8-story building in 2 phases. And a portion of the phase 1 had the retail, and the retail that was going to be in the second phase would have been the hotel. So that's what is up on the screen, and that is currently valid and still the approval for that property as it was kept alive. So the next few slides, and we can go through the next slide, those were elevations, again 8-story, very comparable to the height of what is before you with the proposed development. The next slide is also another elevation. And this project, like the one that is before you, sought community design appeals. In fact, most of the projects that have come before you, or that probably will, seek them for a particular reason, and I'll get into that later in the presentation. So what we are asking today is a master plan modification and a master site plan modification to allow for the construction of a mixed-use development consisting of an 8-story building, 1 phase, 371 dwelling units, 25,588 square feet of commercial space, associated recreational amenities, and parking. What this application does that differs from the last is it reconfigures building areas, open spaces, the parking structure, and art to provide a focus on a number of open spaces that I will show you more in detail, a number of public plazas, along both Ocean Avenue and Federal Highway. This project, unlike the former, eliminates the proposed phasing. And in fact, years ago, when we came through the first time, a different owner, the project was criticized because it was 2 phases and that they didn't have enough retail in the first phase. 8,000 plus square footage was not considered sufficient at the time because the city back then was just starting to explode. So this project is now 1 phase, so it'll be a one-time construction scenario, which is obviously desirable, to 2. And it went from, the increase in the density went from 358 units, which was what it was in the master plan, to 371 units. And the mix went from approximately 12,075, which included the residential gym, to 25,000. So pretty much doubling the commercial square footage with more active uses along the primary streets, and we'll show you that in detail. And we expanded the open space by over 35%, going from about 2.5, which was shown in phase 1, to almost 30% of the site, which is significant, and it probably is the greatest amount of open space of any of the projects that has been approved downtown. And then finally, it reconfigured the site plan to eliminate surface parking, which had been previously approved. insulating the parking garage, adding significant landscaping, many more planting materials to reduce view sheds and to screen any less desirable parts of the overall project. Next slide, please. So now we're going to go into what the master plan / site plan looks like. And I'll orient you. On the top of the slide is North Federal Highway. On the right side is Boynton Beach Boulevard. On the lower part of the screen is Northeast 6th Court. And on the left side is Ocean Avenue. And the parking structure is oriented away from the major thoroughfares so that it will be more obscured by the buildings and the open spaces and the public plaza. So we'll start on the ocean side and we'll work our way north. So again, the former plan lacked a lot of the commercial spaces that we have. So hence, the project itself wasn't activated as much as this one will be. The former plan had very little open space and only one public plaza, and it was on the corner of Boynton and Federal. This one has several, and if you don't mind, I'm going to direct your attention to it. So in the middle of the red buildings on the left side, which are commercial buildings on the ground level, there is a very large public plaza serving the Ocean Avenue frontage. That open space was included in the last plan, except that it was private. It was intended to serve the residential because the residential wrapped around it on two sides with a hotel only on the corner. So again, public plaza that had not existed on the old plan, much commercial fronting your commercial corridor, your version of Main Street, which is Ocean. In the middle, where the main entry is, which is on Federal Highway, there's another plaza, and there's a grander entryway into this project. And in order to do that, we had to step the building back so that it wasn't towering, giving a canyon effect onto the street. And there are lots of spaces here on this plan that was not the case on the old plan. So that's another new plaza open space area. Then we have, again, some more commercial fronting on Federal Highway. Next to that, to the right of that, another large plaza and courtyard with landscaping, benches, beautiful vegetation, pavers, et cetera. So that's between the Boynton Beach Boulevard commercial, which is the last commercial along the frontage, and the middle frontage on Federal Highway. Behind that commercial and the courtyard are the open spaces and common areas for the residential, the amenity space, their fitness area, their spa, their package receiving mail area, and their lobby. And again, that's not on the frontage, that is behind the frontage. The frontage is intended to be commercial in order to activate the streets. That did not happen on the last plan. So then on Boynton, the old plan on Boynton had the main entrance into the residential coming off of Boynton with no commercial on Boynton. We have a little commercial on Boynton on the far end. And we have some amenity and open spaces behind our amenity within the building. We have a pool, we have green spaces, we have walls, and we have a pickleball court. And that's, again, behind the building off of Federal Highway, off the beaten path, and catty-cornered to your park around the retention pond. So it's a very consistent use, and it flows into that. And then the parking garage is wrapped for the most part on the north, on the north, the west, and the south, with a portion of the parking garage showing on Northeast 6th Court, and we'll come back to that. So what you're looking at is the ground level of what is an 8-story building, which is basically the same as the prior. So we did not go, and by the way, I'd like the public to know, this piece of property is vested to go up to 150 feet. But actually, we were trying to be sensitive to you, Vice Mayor, because you very much wanted the height to come down. And we heard you, we listened to you, and we did not go over the 85 feet. We stayed at a level that was much more consistent with what you were hoping you would see here, I believe. I hope so anyway. So we did not go to 150 feet. It is not a tower here. It is much like what had previously been approved, and much like what is being approved and will be constructed that is affiliated is doing across the street. It is much smaller, and I know there's an interested resident from Casa Costa, and we'll talk about that question that came up at the last meeting. Their building, not only is it over, it's maxed out at 150, but they asked for they didn't, but their developer years ago asked for a height exception. So it actually goes to 167, 168 feet. The office building to the east of us is lower in nature. They are zoned differently than Marina Village and this project, and they are an office condo. The Marina Village project was able to go to 150 feet. Their developer sought that, but they also asked for height exceptions so that they could go over that, and they're at about 167 feet. So that's kind of the footprint around us, and I just wanted you to understand it. But these spaces, the plazas and the open spaces, we're attempting to do something that most of the other owners didn't have the ability to do because of their footprints. We're trying to create space that's in the public realm so that if a neighbor is walking their dog, or if they just want to sit outside next to a cafe in a beautifully landscaped, paved plaza, they have the ability to do this with this plan. All right, next slide, please. So the next slide is a rendered plan of what I just walked you through to show you some of the green space that will be there. Your code is a more urban code as it relates to the downtown. The interest is creating active areas, larger sidewalks, landscaped areas separating sidewalks from streets, et cetera. We've done that. We've met those requirements with a few exceptions. We'll get into that too. Where we put the plazas in, we obviously couldn't push the building to the street, or there would be no plazas for the public realm. So we opted to give the public realm plazas in lieu of pushing the building all the way to the street. And that's why we've asked for one of our community design appeals, and we'll come back and talk about that. Next slide, please. The next slide is a typical floor plan. I'm going to let our architect get up and speak to you because the next few slides, and we actually have a very short presentation. We don't have much more after the architect, but he'll walk you through the typical plan and some of our elevations, and then I'll just step back in to close at the end. Garrett, oh, there you are. Just tell him your name.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Geert Dervak. I've been sworn. I'm Senior Associate with Architectonica, the architect. So I will walk you through the typical floor plan. We have a mix of units integrated in this floor plan. It's actually a floor plan that goes from level 2 to level 8. And we have 11% of studios. We have 60% of one bedrooms. We have 14% of one bedrooms plus then a little bit larger one bedrooms, and we have 25% more or less of two bedrooms. So this mix is based on a study from ownership from the developer that fits perfectly well in the Boynton Beach area of the needs that's need here for rental apartments. So you see the shape of this building is the same shape as you saw on the first floor and with the retail. So the retail is really embedded within the volumes that goes up to the 8 floors with some accents we have done and integrated in the pedestal of the building. So the first 3 floors, we will see it in the next slide, please. We can go to the elevations. Yes, just one elevation. Can we go to the next one? Okay. Yeah, please zoom out. Yeah, this is the main elevation on Federal Highway on the bottom of the page, and on the top of the page we see Ocean Avenue. Correct. So what we want to do is to give on these elevations and on the facades a dynamism that you will see in the pedestal. We have different materials. The pedestals are accentuated with an exoskeleton frame that you see in white, accentuating and also subdividing the, let's say, to give it more scale. It's more on a pedestrian scale than on the main portion of the building. And these pedestals are filled in with tiles with a wooden finish, so a softer material. And when we go up above the pedestal, we have similar frames that sticks out of the building that gives it different proportions of these different parts of the building. And these are filled with balconies. We have, of course, windows, and we have different colors of gray and some darker grays in some deeper pockets. So they give this different perspectives and different depths to the building. So it's not a flat building. Also, Tom, something I want to accentuate is that we have 4 facades that are really important facades for the city. We have not a secondary facade. They're all, for us, primary facades. So including if you go to the next slide, you will see the parking garage on the bottom. It's the same language, the same facade finish, the same stucco and gray. We have also a language of these white frames that subdivide the larger volume of the garage. And on the elevation on the top, we see Boynton Beach Boulevard, where you see on the left side of that elevation the amenity space. And actually, one of the facades of the garage there is actually a blank facade, but we intend to let grow a green on the facade with vines. So this facade will be part of the landscape, and the landscape is not only horizontal, but also there it's a vertical landscape facade integrated in the amenity level. It will give another dimension on Boynton Beach Boulevard, not only for the pedestrians, but also for the people and the people who rent the apartments and have a view on the amenity space, but also a view on the park in the front of the building. If you, next slide, I think we can maybe, I think we have enough set on the facade.
Drawing elevations, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, and so getting right into the community design appeals, and I know it's contained in your package, so we'll be very brief. The one that is the most common, because it is impossible to fully enclose a parking structure, because at some point you have an opening that you have to go through to get in there. So this has been probably the most common request. We've gone through this in great detail with your staff, who have given us an immense amount of time. We very much appreciate that, to understand what they were looking for and what would be acceptable to city staff. But essentially, we have, and if you could, well, that's the first one. I'm sorry. The next slides will show you what I mean. And then the secondary community design appeal request that we're making is related to those pocket plazas and open space areas. Again, this code envisions that the buildings will all be pushed up against what is called the pedestrian zone, which is approximately 20.5 feet from the curb. And so in order to put in any plaza areas or undulate the building, as Garrett had explained, we have done, you have to ask for the secondary appeal. So we'll get into that. Next slide, please. So the community design appeal garage wrap with habitable space. You may remember the most recent one that you approved was Affiliated's. They had a very cool screen that had some kind of Art Deco art on it, which is one mechanism that is used. Another one that is used that we're proposing is the green wall. And so the upper picture is a facade that faces Boynton Beach Boulevard, and it contains a screen that is a living screen. It's a green wall. Very common. An example of one that is alive and well is on the IPIC building in Delray Beach. So if you've ever gone to the IPIC, you will see a living wall. Very cool, very contemporary, very sustainable, very green, as long as you're putting it on an area that isn't overshadowed, which this one is not. So it will thrive and it will live. So this is what we're suggesting for this particular location. That's the north side of the building. And technically, The facade that is in red up above is not really fronting on the street because there is a pool and a pickleball court in front of it, but because it is visible to the street, that is why we sought this community appeal design. And so that's what we're suggesting for that one. On the lower screen is the Northeast 6th Court facade. And as Garrett mentioned and elaborated on, what we did there is we took the identical type of screening that is on the front of the building. So that if you drive around this building, you will see the similarities in the architecture, and it will not appear as a garage. It'll appear like the front on Federal Highway does as part of the architecture and the integrity of the building itself. So that's what we proposed for Northeast 6th Court. Others that have asked for this, and I think Broadstone Alliance was another one that had sought this appeal. They did something like that on one of the facades that they had to, and actually it was identical to ours. It was a space that was open to their common recreation and amenity area, but it was visible to the street. So they also had to seek a community appeal, and they used the architecture itself and complemented that architecture. Next slide, please. So going on to the build to line appeal, and you will see how we've highlighted this. Again, we're supposed to be 20.5 feet from the street, but where our plazas are, where our open spaces are, where our public realm spaces are, we can't be 20.5 feet because in that 20.5 feet, you have a 10-foot sidewalk, you have a landscape separation area, and you have an active use area, which is intended to have such things as, you know, a bench or something small. We want to have something grand, you know, as is shown here, and I can't see that number from here, but on the frontage where the entry drop off is and the green spaces and the plaza is, that's 99 feet from the street front. That's one of our plaza areas. We would not be able to have something quite so grand. The area on the right side of the commercial has the same problem. That's a courtyard with a fountain and some beautiful sitting areas. We couldn't do that without a community appeal design. Your code does not envision that somebody would do that because it's an urban, you know, it's intended to look like a New York shorter street front, but Boynton is a little different than, you know, the true city life like City of West Palm Beach. You still have a suburban feel here, and you have people who it's suburbia to them. So we tried to bring a little of suburbia into this project. And so then the next slide, and here are some renderings so that you can see the level of landscaping and the quality of the architecture. This is looking from Federal Highway. This is that entryway that I talked about. And then to the left of the building that bifurcates these two plazas is the courtyard and the green space area and the plaza that is open to the public. And that's why we need that community appeal design, or we would have to push the building all the way up to the front. It would be very square-like with not the same level of creativity and variety. Next slide, please. And then on Ocean, it's approximately 115.5 feet, and that is entirely a public plaza with some beautiful steps and pavers and trees, and we intend to have some artwork on that side of the property as well. And so it makes it grand. It's something that everyone will benefit that is coming from east of us going into the core downtown area and using some of these restaurants and retail that you're seeing on this project and affiliated in some of the others, 500 Ocean. So that is the reason that we needed this community appeal design. And then lastly, the next slide, I think, and well, it's not quite there, but we're getting towards the end. So this slide is the Ocean Avenue Plaza. As you can see, there will be some restaurants, there'll be some retail, and there'll be a huge area for seating and activity and walking dogs and some other things that will be open to the public. Next slide is just another perspective. You're looking from Ocean. That's exactly what they hope to build should they get approved. And then next slide, please. This is the the northeast corner. This is where that green wall is on the left-hand side. And this is their recreational area. There are walls, there are landscaping, the variations of landscaping. There is a very large sidewalk. But again, in order to be able to have these recesses, we need to ask for the community appeal design. And then the next slide is just another perspective from the northeast corner. You can see the green wall, you can see the open spaces. Next slide is the building massing. So it's kind of interesting because you look at this building, which is much lower than its neighbor to the east and its neighbor to the north. But it has more recesses. It's got a lot more variety in the movement of the architecture. Some people may like it, others may not, but it's not boxy. And that was what we were hoping to do. We were hoping to create some innovative spaces and activate the streets so that others can enjoy them as well. Finally, and this is our last slide. So we've gone through 8 months of review. The plans changed dramatically from when we started. We have done so in an effort to meet all of the requirements of your code, and we do. We meet the parking. We are not underparked. We meet the parking. As a matter of fact, we're 15 spaces over what we'd be required to do as a mixed use under the shared parking methodology. We meet the parking, and I want to say it again. We meet the parking. We are not relying on public parking to satisfy this project. We are not converting commercial parking spaces to public parking spaces because that doesn't solve their problem. It just perpetuates it. And that has been done on other projects before. We don't want to do that. If there's going to be a solution, it has to be more spaces, not converting the spaces that you have. So we meet all of the requirements of the code. It's very clear that this is a very elevated level of architecture. Architectonica is one of the finest architectural firms in Florida, doing projects in Boca and Delray and all over the state of Florida. Garrett spent a lot of time trying to give you something that's special that isn't the same as what everybody else has done. It has lots of public realm spaces. It has lots of public plaza. It will have plenty of art. It has varieties of materials within that architecture, but it meets all of the legal requirements of the code. We have not asked for variances. We have not asked for money. This client wasn't given free land. They paid market value for what they have, and they're ready to go. Their financing is ready. They'd like to be able to finish the process because we have met the requirements. And I appreciate your allowing us to present to you and to the neighbors. And in further conversations with my client, he is committed to being part of the solution. He didn't cause the problem. He clearly has met his responsibility as far as parking this site. He's met his responsibility as far as draining this site. We actually have less impervious area than others before us, others that are living in their projects today. But we want to be part of the solution, and we are going to engage with our neighbors, and collectively and collaboratively, we hope to come back as a team with some suggestions. I have a couple, they may have some too. We have a team that can help formulate and present this information to you. We agreed in our last meeting that we would do this within 30 days, and we've already started, and we hadn't expected to hit the ground running that fast. But we're ready to go. We've met with your staff on one of them. We would hope that you will allow us to get approved because we've met the requirements of the law. You have this commission, the CRA has never asked one owner to compensate for another deficiency somewhere else that this project did not create. We're very sympathetic to our neighbors that there is a parking problem. And we think we have some ideas that we will be happy to share with them. And we have already made that overture. I didn't set the May 1st date. I would have done it yesterday. I would have done it on Friday. but they have a large group of people that they want to provide adequate notice. And Vice Mayor, if you'd like to join our meeting, I know you all can't be there. We'd love for you to participate as well. But that has nothing to do with what is before you. If we didn't create the problem, it cannot be our obligation unless it's in your code, and there is nothing in your code that allows you the ability to either deny a project that meets the requirement of the code or even postpone it, because the solution to their problem really has nothing to do with this property. And it would be punitive and unfair, but we will be a good neighbor, and my client has assured me to assure you of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next step in this process is to hear from staff. If our planning staff could please approach the podium.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Andrew Meyer, Senior Planner, and I'm presenting the staff presentation for the Ocean One project. Next slide, Manny. The applicant is requesting a major master plan modification and a major site plan modification for the project, as well as 6 associated community design appeals. 2 for the relief from the requirement of habitable floor area wrapping the upper levels of the parking garage, and 4 for relief from the build to line requirement. Next slide. In 2013, the existing bank building located at the site was demolished, with the parking lot improvements remaining. In 2017, the site was rezoned from CBD Central Business District to Mixed Use Core, and a master plan was approved for an 8-story mixed-use building with 358 dwelling units, 120-room hotel, and 12,075 square feet of commercial space. Today, the site remains vacant with the parking lot improvements, and the master plan approved in 2017 is still in effect. The zoning of mixed-use core remains as is. No application to rezone is required for this application. Next slide. Oh, thank you. The project site is located on the eastern end of an area recently approved for mixed-use projects within the city. Next slide. The site plan proposes 371 dwelling units with 25,588 square feet of commercial space, amenity areas, an integrated parking garage with 632 parking spaces and 20 on-street parking spaces. For the record, the staff report contained a typo which incorrectly stated that the garage would accommodate 532 vehicles. The correct number, just for the record, of vehicles the garage would accommodate is 632. Next slide, please. The landscape plan proposes street trees along all rights of way and provides additional landscaping within the plaza areas carved out of the building. Next slide. Proposed elevations for the west and east sides of the building are seen in the slide. The top one is of North Federal Highway. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. The top one is of North Federal Highway, the view from that street, and the bottom one is the view from Northeast 6th Court. Next slide. This slide also shows the proposed elevations for the north and south sides of the building. The top one is the view from East Ocean Avenue, and you can see the carve out for that plaza. And the bottom one is from East Boynton Beach Boulevard. Next slide. So the applicant is requesting a total of 6 community design appeals. 2 of these appeals are relief from the code requirement that all upper levels of the parking structure be wrapped with habitable area where the structure has frontage along a public right-of-way. Along East Point Beach Boulevard, the applicant is proposing a vine system to cover the garage facade. The request has been conditioned to provide a more detailed plan for the vines and to be designed to match the architecture of the rest of the building. Along Northeast 6th Court, the applicant proposes a design which consists of stucco, perforated metal panels, and a gridded architectural framework design feature. The request has been conditioned to provide a facade along Northeast 6th Court, which further incorporates design features to better conceal the garage's facade, including options such as a vine treatment similar to the one proposed on East Point Beach Boulevard with all those conditions, or providing additional architectural features such as faux windows or balconies in order to provide the appearance of habitable space. Next slide, please. The remaining 4 community design appeals are relief from the code requirement that the building facade be placed on the build to line, which is a function of the pedestrian zone. The building is set back further from the build to line in order to provide a required step back on the ground floor. The building design also includes public plazas along North Federal Highway and East Ocean Avenue, which include features such as landscaping, awnings and canopies, and water features. In addition, the applicant proposes a framed wood tile architectural feature to create a building base. Finally, the applicant proposes landscaping between the sidewalk area and the active area within the pedestrian zone. So the project has been conditioned to create additional architectural features to create additional create more of a building base along the remainder of the rights of way, to include additional architectural embellishments such as faux windows and balconies along the faces of the building to avoid that blank wall appearance, and to provide increased landscaping along all rights of way. Next slide. So staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval of the major master plan modification and major site plan modification, as well as the 6 community design appeals, subject to approval of the accompanying applications and satisfying all comments and conditions indicated in Exhibit C, conditions of approval. Should the City Commission recommend any additional conditions, these will be documented accordingly in the corresponding Exhibit C. Next slide. All right, this concludes my presentation. The city staff is available for any questions as well as the applicant, should you have any.
All right, thank you. We have heard from the applicant and we have heard from city staff. We are not going to proceed to public comment on this item. If you would like to speak on this item, now is the time to approach the podium. We do have 2 of them, so we can go back and forth. For those of you listening online, after the last person in the audience in person has spoken, that'll be the end of when we will take digital hands raised. And I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining so you can pace yourselves. So if you would like to approach the podium, please state your name for the record and indicate whether or not you have been sworn.
Rick Dunstan, property manager, Marina Village. I have been sworn. First of all, we're not asking to solve the current problem and current traffic and parking problem. We are asking the city at least learn from the previous mistakes and don't add or make it worse. Okay. Marina Village, we're already going to make corrections to our patron parking for the CRA, which will also include the Marina Way area. So we will address how the parking is handled in my district. There are 54 spaces where they apply a parking reduction. Page 6, Exhibit B, the Delta is a good part for us all to kind of get together and just kind of work together. I don't think anybody here wants to see the project squashed. I just think it wants to be done responsibly. And I hope you guys learn from previous mistakes. I know it wasn't yours, but we have an opportunity to do this and do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please approach the podium. Again, we do have 2 of them. We can alternate back and forth. One second. Can you check the microphone, Andrew?
I'll use this when it works.
Right.
Okay. My name's Linda Cross. I said before I reside at 65 Casaluma Boulevard, Unit 601, Marina Village. I'm currently on the master and condominium boards at Marina Village. And I am the past chair of the CRA Advisory Board. And actually, I was the first chair of the CRA Advisory Board. And what I've handed out are 3 recommendations that the CRA Advisory Board made to the CRA Board in 2017. And I do have two things I want to say to Ms. Miskell. First of all, you'll see those recommendations. The CRA board did recommend that the first project have 100 public parking spaces over and above the required parking on that property. 50 in the first phase and 50 in the second phase. They were required. The property was given by the CRA for $10, the strip of land, and there was a TIF agreement that was to be given to that property at that time. And one of the documents that's handed out is a recommendation for what is to be given in community benefit for the TIF agreement. So if there is no TIF going to be asked for this property, then I hope this developer will be willing to sign an agreement that they're not going to be asking for TIF money. That's number one. If they're willing to sign that, then I can see where they're not willing to give any public spaces. Secondly, Ms. Miskell says that her developer should not have to solve a Marina Village problem. The parking in the Marina District is not a Marina Village problem. It is a city problem. Marina Village has no parking problem. We have plenty of parking for our residents, plenty of parking for the commercial tenants in our building. We have 120 spaces that are designated as CRA parking spaces. Those are public parking, public to anybody that comes to the Marina District. There are not enough parking spaces for the public to visit the Marina District, the crown jewel of Boynton Beach. That's the problem. It's not a Marina Village problem. It is a city problem. It is your problem. And if you approve this project without any more public parking, you've approved all these other projects without any more public parking, then you are not listening to what's happening in the Marina District. And that's the issue. This is a fine project. That's not the issue. The issue is that you have the crown jewel of the Boynton Beach and you are not servicing it responsibly. Now I'm going to hand you the rest of my speech because I know I've run out of my 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please approach the podium.
Hello, my name is,
1 second.
this one?
Yes.
This one, okay. My name is Eileen Brucaleri and I have been sworn. I have lived in Marina Village since it first opened in 2006. So I'm vice president on the condo board. I'm also on the master board. There's been a lot discussed, obviously, about the parking issues. I want to talk just about the present and the future. So here are some facts. The oceanfront park beach parking is full by 9:30 in the morning during season and holiday weeks. Okay. The Marina Village, our own parking garage, is full by 10 or 11 every day. That's the public parking area during season and holiday weeks. Restaurant patrons, boat patrons, beach patrons are turned away at the rate of 20 an hour during season and busy times. Okay. We have 120 parking spaces that are available for the public. According to our parking manager, 40 to 50 of those spaces are filled every day by employees of our own Marina Village Retail, the Banana Boat and Two Georges employees, and the City Marina boat employees. Okay, so you see the problem. We don't have that many spots left over for the public once the employees park. Marina Village has 13,000 square feet of retail. Ocean One project is nearly double that at 25,588 square feet. So to handle these new retail businesses based on what we've experienced, they would need 80 to 100 spots just to handle their own employees of their new retail establishments. They have 128 spots. That doesn't leave a lot for the new patrons of the new businesses. So the new town center garages that Commissioner Hay, you mentioned last week at the meeting. Those are 5 blocks away. That's a long walk for a lot of people. It's just too far. Okay, so the Marina District is a jewel, and we all love living there, and people in other parts of Boynton Beach want to visit and partake in our restaurants and the boats. But without requiring Ocean One to include at least 100 additional parking spots for the public for their own retail, then people will not be able to visit because they'll have no place to park. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I see you've been waiting for quite some time. Again, there are 2 podiums, folks. There's 2.
Okay.
All right, somebody just go, either one, and state your name and say whether or not you've been sworn in.
My name is Annette Zeisler. I have been sworn. I am the president of the Marina Village Townhouse Association. I'm looking for a more community-minded appeal. Eileen stated a lot of facts. We are the jewel. I've been coming to Florida since the 60s. Boynton Beach just sold me. I fell in love in 2008, and bought. I've lived here 10 years. I know we can't go back and keep talking about the sins of the past, but it's within your power to look to the future. And I'm begging you to look to the future. We have to act in the best interest of all the citizens of Boynton Beach. And it is a Boynton Beach problem, the parking in the area. It needs to be a priority. It can't be an afterthought. And you have the opportunity, all the residents should have the opportunity to enjoy our Marina District and not create a divide, or, it should be welcoming and accessible. And it's not at this point. When you talk to people, they say, oh, I don't even go there anymore. I can't park. And that's in season. I know it's worse, but again, it's within your power to take the right path and consider the future of Boynton Beach and not just build high density projects, one after the other of apartments with no public parking. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Alina Newman, and since 2019, my husband and I live in Marina Village condominiums. Thank you for allowing us to voice our concerns tonight. Let me tell you a story. It's going to be short, so am I. So, years ago, while still a Long Island, New York resident, I visited Oceanfront Beach with my cousin. As we crossed the bridge, I saw building 2, Marina Village, and I said, someday I'm going to have a place there. A bout of cancer, chemo, radiation later, my dream came true. I love the nautical vibe, proximity to a gorgeous beach, and the peace I sought in Boynton Beach. I love the marina, our fishing boats, music from the restaurants that reach my balcony, accessibility to local cafes, and the lovely folks at our condo. But that was just 3 years ago. We already have well over 1,000 units in 500 Ocean, Marina Village, and Casa Costa, with hundreds more planned very near our condo. The Evian Riverway project is already causing parking difficulties. The Riverway project will add more density and traffic jams to what is already a challenged neighborhood. We will not welcome the additional density of Ocean One. You will have as many as 1,000, including the green wall, by the way. You will have as many as 1,000 people moving into an already limited area. I invite anyone to see it now, especially after heavy rains or high tide. From my balcony, I watch sedans and low cars get stuck in the flood I now call the Marina Lake. Go ahead, try to park at our beaches on weekends, holidays, or snowbird season. It will be impossible. Our public garage is full by 11 a.m. and accidents are happening more often. From my balcony, I witness first responders as they maneuver through obstacles. I watch lines of cars wrapped around the corner when the bridge is raised. At times, it's impossible to access our condo through Ocean Avenue. The marina and our beaches are Boynton Beach gems. They're too important and cannot be threatened. The city must address much needed parking space, infrastructure restoration to drainage structures and wastewater resources. Before more buildings are approved, the city must assess the probability of more accidents, diminished green and natural areas, congestion, and crowded school classrooms. Sadly, promises made have been broken with little regard for folks like me who dreamt of quality life in East Boynton. Decisions are made with precious little time for residents to react or protest. Growth and development are inevitable, but this area simply cannot support more
Thank you.
density and disruption. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please begin and state your name and whether or not you've been sworn.
Good evening. My name is Alan Newman. I have been sworn. That was my lovely wife. I have over 20 years of experience managing commercial properties and residential apartment houses. I hope to provide some insight concerning the impact of this proposed project. In the span of 3 city blocks, we already have 500 Ocean, Marina Village, and Casa Costa, a total of close to 1,100 units, plus other projects on the way. In the last few years, public parking in the area has become difficult, especially on weekends. The Marina Village garage is always full. While some may argue that more traffic helps the marina, too much traffic can strangle business and create problems for residents. This neighborhood cannot handle higher density for one important reason. The Intracoastal is a permanent boundary to the east. In fact, the proposed project would be only a few hundred feet from the very end of Boynton Beach Boulevard. There is simply nowhere to go beyond Boynton Beach Boulevard. To the south, there is one short block feeding into the Casa Loma and the marina. Additional density will disrupt activity in the entire marina area. Allowing another 371 families to compete for the same limited resources already competed for by 500 Ocean, Marina Village, and Casa Costa is a bad idea. Given the importance of the marina to the city's future, we cannot risk further development overwhelming resources. Lastly, the town has 2 crown jewels, the marina and the beaches of Boynton. The Inlet Park, Hammock, and Oceanfront Park parking lots are typically full on weekends and impossible in high season. For me, this is a matter of common sense. The competition for resources is real. For the beaches and the marina, it is already problematic. If this development goes forward as planned, we run the risk of significant harm to the city. The cup is already full. Having it spill over is only going to cause a huge mess.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yvonne Scovron, Casa Costa, Boynton Beach. Actually, my first agenda is not to do with parking, but I'll get to that. It's actually to do with the AC compressors on the roof. Casa Costa on the side, the south side of our building, we're 14 stories, and we're going to be looking at 371 AC compressors. What I would like the planning and the permit department to really work with us to see how we can best disguise these, because residents of Casa Costa have made an investment there, and now they're going to be looking at not only AC units, but the piping, and I really would like that to be addressed seriously, how we can best do that. I have spoken with the planning department. They have been very helpful. Regarding the parking, currently on Northeast 6 Court, there is plans on the west side to do parking. Can we add additional parking on the east side? We could probably get at least another 10 cars. The East Boynton Beach Extension Project, which I've been working closely with Gary Dunfire and Andrew Mack, which I hope is going to be moving forward. I have been working on that for over 7 years. That will increase another 10 parking spaces. We also are going to reach out to the fire department to find out that the fire lane by Marina Village It seems a big stretch of parking space. Maybe we could shorten that fire lane and add more parking spaces there. I do have a concern also about if we're having another 2,000 residents coming, how we're going to get them on a single file lane across Ocean Avenue. What is the city anticipating to do as far as transportation? Have you looked into that? Can we do the freebie? Can we do a trolley? How are we going to get all these people across? It just won't work. The other thing is additional emergency services. We need, if we're going to have all these another 2,000 with employees, residents, we need more emergency services. We called 911 and we had to wait 30 minutes. That is unacceptable, unacceptable. And it's lack of police officers and emergency services. We need to address that. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Hope Klauber. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I've been a resident.
Hope, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have. I've been a resident of Boynton Beach for the last 5 years, and I've lived in Marina Village, the gem of our community, for the last 7 years. And I want to talk about safety issues. And that is one of my biggest concerns. And these safety issues, I feel, are very much linked to inadequate public parking. Over the last 6 months, I've seen an increase in traffic and congestion and very unsafe vehicle and pedestrian practices in the marina area. And let me just give you a few examples. You've heard now that the garage at Marina Village is full by 11 a.m. So what does that mean? That means that cars who come to do the sea mist, come to take out boats, come to eat there, they are now double and tripling parking right in front of the marina, which causes other cars to come out at each other in one lane. But of most concern is these cars let off their passengers. So we have kids darting in and out across the street, that whole length in front of the marina. We have senior citizens who need extra help crossing the street. It is a very serious safety problem. Then what happens? The cars then move on to look for parking spaces on the street. And they then stop to wait for people they think are moving the cars. These are very, very serious problems. And I've never spoken at one of your meetings, but I'm really compelled because I don't want to be a part of the problem. I go in and out of the marina at least 3 times a day. And several times I've almost hit a child. I've almost hit a car. And I am very worried that this problem will only get worse. And that is why I and my friends request, with your authority, that you really do not approve this development without public parking. I would say something about a fair share public parking in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
For the record, Mark Meyer, have not been sworn in. Can I be sworn in at this time?
I will pause the time. I'll reset the time.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm the statements you'll give this evening should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So
Start over.
Thank you. I reside at 633 Ocean Inlet, current president of Inca. We had a meeting.
And your name, sir?
Oh, Mark Meyer.
Okay.
Yep. We had a meeting with the Hyperion Group, and we discussed several things, many of have been echoed, but we talked about drainage, parking, the small unit size, impervious area, flooding, landscape design, architecture design, traffic, circulation, pedestrian safety, bus stop cutouts, and bollards. This project, and Inca had a follow-up meeting internally between our directors to discuss the project and some other things. This project's going to be the first thing you see when you get to Federal and that corridor going through. If you're going to the ocean or if you're going over to our parks that we have over there, this is going to be I don't want to say an eyesore because art is subjective, but it will be a staple of our community because it will be something that you guys see daily for the people that live in Ocean Ridge, the people that live in Boynton Beach. There were a couple items that people haven't brought up, and that we are in a brownfield zone here, so the soil that on the site can be contaminated. So just a couple questions. Has phase 2 ESA been done, or will it be required for the soil to be tested? See if there's a couple of parcels surrounding it that have contamination and have long histories with FDEP. And then we would also like to see that the square footage for the public plazas be either pervious or permeable to help with drainage issues. About half the site is currently in a flood zone. So that's something to consider because there's a lot going on in this. It is fronting 4 streets, surrounded by 2 large buildings. So there's a lot of things going on in that area. And if you guys have any follow-up questions, I'm happy to come up and answer them. But that's all I have for today. So if you guys are to approve or move towards approval, I would recommend or respectfully ask that you guys add on some conditions to require a phase 2 audit, environmental audit, and some language to talk about pervious or permeable, which are 2 different things. One lets water flow through and the other one directs water to flow through. But so just as a recommendation, if you guys could. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Belmonte. I have been sworn in. My address is 100 Northeast 6th Street, and I am here to discuss the Ocean One project. At last week's CRA meeting, you all, with the exception of Commissioner Turkin, were easily influenced by Bonnie Miskell, the lawyer for this Ocean One project. Ms. Miskell lacks integrity and credibility, and she's been manipulating the city for years. For example, today she said they would not be requesting increases. However, her PowerPoint stated that they want to move from 351 units to 378 units. That sounds like an increase to me. Here's some evidence for backing up that statement. In a 2003 Sun Sentinel article, Bonnie Miskell was quoted as the lawyer representing the Marina Village developers. She said in that article and was quoted, "Clients like mine won't come into the city if they think they're supposed to correct 20-year-old problems." So this is proof that Ms. Miskell has known that parking in this area has been an issue since before 2003. And it's still an issue, and it's clear that she's ignoring these citizens' concerns. So when new developers come knocking on her door, she neglects to address this parking issue in their development plans. She then comes here saying these are old issues when clearly residents have been clearly concerned about this issue for over 20 years, and her clients and her ignore it every single time. There's also a 2015 Sun Sentinel article explaining residents' concerns about downtown parking. And years later, here we are still talking about this concern. We should make the downtown parking plan a priority, and it should be completed before this Ocean One project or any other developments downtown are approved. So parking constraints were discussed, and a lot of these issues like traffic, high density, lack of drainage are things that we've been talking about for over the last year and a half that I've been attending these meetings. It's really a concern for us that, of course, the big issues are a concern, but there's small issues, like for people like me who have to live in that area. There's no dog, where are the dogs going to walk? Like, is there a dog walk area for that community? I didn't see one in the plans. I did request the plans from Ms. Miskell. She did not respond to me and did not email me back. Commissioners, we live here in Boynton Beach because we don't want to live in a high traffic, high density area. I could be in Fort Lauderdale or West Palm. I don't want that. We like where we are. We like the quiet quaintness of this area. And we ask that you put a hold on this project, hold a community forum to address parking, traffic, and infrastructure. And we demand action and deadlines for us. It's time to lead with integrity and do the right thing for our city and our community and for your reputation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next in-person public comment speaker.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address you. My name is Barbara Hamilton, and I live at 625 Casa Loma Boulevard.
Have you been sworn?
Yes. Okay. Several weeks ago, I heard an exceptionally loud siren of an emergency vehicle. I went to the window to investigate. I watched the vehicle attempt to get through the glut of congested cars. Despite the sirens, the emergency lights, and the best efforts, the responders were stuck. They hopped out of the ambulance, pulled the gurney out of the back, and bobbed and weaved through what was 2 football field lengths of jammed cars. They needed to get to that person with the emergency need. I watched out my window in horror. Imagine what it would feel like if that was your family member that had a heart attack. Imagine if it was your best friend that needed emergency treatment. And God forbid, what if it was your family member? How would you feel? I share this story with you so you can have some insight into what it's like in my community. Unlike other high density areas, the Boynton Beach Marina area has little to no access to public transportation. Residents and visitors must have cars. And boy, do we have cars everywhere. Our streets are overcrowded and congested, and the parking is absolutely impossible. Our community desperately needs additional public parking. I'm here to ask for your help. Please ensure all future developments in our community has adequate parking. Not what meets code, but what's really needed. We need parking for all the residents, the visitors, and the retail patrons. Let's revisit the vision of our downtown area. Our community needs the expertise of the town's experts to take a fresh look at our community and look towards the needs of the future residents of the Boynton Beach Marina area. We need to strive for the long-term public good of our community. We need the Boynton Beach, oh poop. I was going to tell you, we need to be a center of excellence and a benchmark for other communities.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Brendan Smith, and I've already been sworn. Just to add to what everyone else has said, and thanks for listening. Thanks for being here. I know it's late night for all of you. There are certain problems in urban planning that are utterly unanticipated, utterly unexpected. The parking in our neck of the woods is not one of those problems. Not just for the residents, the visitors, but even for the retailers, for the 25,000 square feet of new retail space. Where on earth are those people going to park? Now, the presentation from Ms. Cow was very compelling. However, there was a take it or leave it attitude. If it's not done this way at this time, it's off the table. And I don't see the the need for that sort of haste, especially given the problems and especially given how predictable they are. I'm not against development whatsoever. And, I think it's good for the community. I think it's good for the tax base. I'm in favor, generally speaking. But this particular one just doesn't have adequate parking. Now, if they were to amend that, I would drop my objections, but it's just too much of an issue. I mean, there's so many reasons, not only for the new retailers, but even for the existing retailers. There's on the corner of 6th Street and Ocean Avenue, there's a parking lot that's always overfilling, and it's not even overfilled with the retailers who pay for it. It's a little strip mall. It's just unfair to the the residents and retailers alike. Anyway, I know I'm beating a dead horse, but I figured I'd come up and beat it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Any other in-person public comment speakers? Please make yourself known. Otherwise, we will go online. Last call. Is there anyone else? Yes, please approach the podium. And if you would like to speak, please make it known so I know to not miss you. All right. All right. Please begin.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Rivkin. I live at 700 East Boynton Beach in the Marina Village. I have been sworn in. First of all, I want to say that I do applaud the developers' efforts to design more public space and to provide screening, and some of the other parts of the presentation I thought were really something I was very happy to see. I thought that height limitation was exceptionally appreciated, and that it would be a mistake if we let a building go in that was 150 feet to compound our issues. However, I think that we are all really, really intelligent people of goodwill in this room. And what we want to do is not look to the code, which is something written in the past, although I appreciate the code guides what we do, but to future-proof the quality of life that we have here. So a lot of people here have talked about congestion we'll have later. We can look to our current examples. I bet you that if I ask how many people in this room have just passed by the shops at the Woolbright Bridge because it couldn't get onto the lot or it would take a half hour to get out of the parking lot, a lot of hands will go up, right? And if you ask how many people know someone who's had a fender bender in that lot, I think a lot of hands will go up as well. So, thankfully they were fenders and not children, but we're talking about a very big residential complex, and we do hope that we get a multi-generational community here. We're not a community in which the train stops. It goes through, but we don't have access to it. We really don't have good public transportation. I certainly couldn't take public transportation to get to the job that I depend on in order to pay my bills to stay at Marina Village. People have mentioned dogs. What about playgrounds? What about schools? What about places for children to go? What about the traffic that needs to walk across the bridge to get to the beach and people who need to park there? But a word too about haste. We talk about the financing for this project falling through. I'm in finance, and I think that most financial markets right now, although we can't predict the future with certainty, are pricing in that probably, potentially, there's going to be a falling interest rate in the future, right? Not a rising interest rate, that we could have more labor available to do the work at a lower cost. I actually think that this is a very big red herring. If we move ahead because financing will fall through, we actually are not considering that the price of this project could improve in the future. I don't think that the haste is necessary, and I think that we should all take the opportunity to make an absolute win and to future-proof the community that we're developing together. We have an opportunity to do that, and finances are on our side.
Thank you. All right. I don't see anyone else in the audience that are approaching the podium, so I'm going to close in-person public comments. I'm going to ask IT, how many people do we have with their digital hands raised?
Mr. May, we have 2 speakers.
All right. go ahead and unmute one of them. Again, for those of you online, please state your name for the record, indicate whether or not you've been sworn, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Our first speaker is Jason Moore. Jason, you're self-muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Moore. I have been sworn in. I'm in 1660 Renaissance Commons Boulevard, Boynton Beach, and I am for this modification plan for the Ocean One project and for the project as a whole. I support more mixed-use development / housing. Please do support more mixed-use, affordable, walkable, dense housing development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was quick. Next speaker, who do we have, IT?
Our next speaker is Tony Morrow. Tony, you've been unmuted, but you're self-muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tony Morrow. I've been a resident of Boynton Beach since 2003. I absolutely love this town, and I see this development as a fantastic opportunity and one that we really should be careful and to not take it so lightly that we could possibly lose it. I understand the parking issues. I understand the transportation issues. This project is not adding to that problem. Our problem will exist whether it's built or after it's built, unless we come up with very smart ways of getting people in and out of this town. Downtown is going to develop. We are very, very fortunate to have such a talented, quality group of people that are smart. Obviously, they know what they're doing. They've done some amazing projects. You just look into their portfolio and what they've done. They're not going to build something, excuse me, that is going to be an albatross that's not going to work. They know how things develop. What has to happen is the rest of us need to develop with it. The rest of us need to figure out the other things about our downtown that need to improve, such as public transportation. So I could go on and on and on. Jobs, quality construction, values to our town, values to real estate, the things that, and really, really smart. As someone stated earlier, they could have built something much, much, much higher and not consider the way that we love to see our town. I think they bent over backwards really to meet what the staff has asked them to do. Our staff, I believe, is very talented. I'm a builder, and I've worked with many projects with the staff. They're very thoughtful. They're also very tough to get through because they are very driven to do things the right way. So I think a lot of people have been misdirected as to how to react to this project. They have some issues about parking, and they think for some reason this project needs to be the project to solve all of our problems. We need great developers. We need smart developers. We need quality teams to come in. Let's not lose this group because it will bring life to our town. I have young kids that have that have graduated from college. They come to town. They love this area. We need to keep young people and provide opportunities. This is a project that will lead to that.
All right, thank you. All right, IT, I just want to confirm, is there anybody else online with their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, those are the only two hands that were raised in the time you called.
All right, as such, public comments for this item are now closed. The next step in the procedure is to hear from staff, after which we can hear from the applicant once again. After that is concluded, we will hear from members of the commission to deliberate and make their final decision. All right. So we have here Ms. Radigan, and if members of the commission have questions, please address them. Ms. Radigan, if you want to
Good evening, Amanda Radigan, the Planning and Zoning Director. There are a couple of comments from public comment that I will address ahead of Ms. Biskel, just because they are embedded into the conditions of approval, and I want that to be shown for the record. One of them, I heard schools talked about a couple of times. Just for the record, school capacity availability determination letters are required in terms of new development whenever we add new units. We do get approval from the county, so they know that these units are coming, so they can plan accordingly, so the schools will have capacity for new units. That is included into the conditions of approval. It is right now condition number 30. The other note that I heard that is also addressed within the conditions of approval is the issue of the AC units. I did have the opportunity to meet with some of the members of the public. It is required by code to integrate the AC units into the architecture of the building. We have spoken to the applicant, and we are requesting that the roof line be brought up to the top of the AC units. What this would prevent is someone who is on the 8th floor of, let's say, Costa Costa, looking at AC units. That is what we are trying to avoid. They've also committed to looking at solutions for the view from the top. That's a little bit less traditional, but they have committed to looking at different options for that as well. Right now, that is condition number 37. I wanted to touch on parking a little bit, just on how it is being perceived from code. The applicant is requesting shared parking. However, that shared parking is happening on the residential component of required parking and not the public component. What that essentially means is that the publicly accessible parking, which would be the commercial spaces, are remaining intact, excuse me, per code requirements. So they are parking their commercial at one space per 200 square feet, and that would give them approximately 128 spaces that are accessible to the public for the commercial use of the project. I do believe that they are proposing slightly above that on the public side of the gate to accommodate some guest parking too, but I will leave that to Ms. Miskell to clarify. And I'm available for any additional questions that the board may have.
All right, thank you. While we have Amanda up on the podium, do all of you want to wait for Ms. Miskell's response, or do you have any questions for Amanda right now? All right, so hearing none.
Yeah, can we? Yeah.
Yes, they're going to stay.
Yep.
I just figured ask your questions now. But all right, go ahead, Ms. Miskell.
Yes, I'll jump right into what Amanda was speaking about, which is the number of spaces that are open to the commercial and the guests that are not restricted as far as access. Actually total 171. So it's the 128 that would be required for the commercial, and the balance of that are technically what would be available for guests, but they are open and not gated. So I just want to clarify that. There are a few other things, and by the way, I thank all the people who tried not to attack my character, but actually came up very professionally and spoke from the heart. I think we actually are in agreement that from what they're saying, and actually, since I was the lawyer who originally did Marina Village, and I remember when we started that project, it was related, that there was a parking problem then. And Marina Village was asked, and they were, I believe, it's a long time ago, but they were reimbursed to build extra parking. But they were paid to build extra parking, and they did. But these neighbors and the people that live in Marina Village are living with that, and they're seeing it every day. And I appreciate that. And I am not saying that you don't have a valid concern. What I am saying, though, is that the law doesn't allow the commission to assess this project unless it's required in the code.
Ms. Miskell,
I'm
please
sorry,
address the
forgive
question.
me. And so your code does not have a requirement that we provide or any other owner provide public parking. You don't. We have to meet our requirements. Now, this city's and the CRA's been very good at incentivizing public parking through TIF, but we haven't applied for that. And if we do apply for it, and I don't know that the client will, we haven't talked about it, I haven't prepared a darn thing. So right now, We didn't apply. But if we did, one thing I can be pretty sure of based on what I heard tonight, that we better have public parking in that proposal. So I don't know that that is ever going to happen. But at this point, the code doesn't allow you to reject this project because we don't have public parking. You can't force the law. You can't force a landowner to provide and open up their garage to public parking unless they're willing to do so. Now, interestingly enough, one of the ideas that I had, actually, your smarter staff has already been working on it, and Gary's back there. You can wait, Gary. What? Yeah. Well, they are. Yeah, they are smart. They are smart and talented. But some of the things you can do is look at your streets and your rights of way. Boynton Beach is a perfect example. East of Federal Highway, Boynton Beach has been down classified, if that's the right nomenclature, because it doesn't have the same level of traffic as that, which is west of Federal Highway. And we're putting public parking spaces, or we're putting parking on the street along our property. And there is parallel parking along others, but you already are looking at a project that is going to modify that to actually increase parking on street level. And that actually is a very easy and inexpensive way. And you can look at other streets to do that. You know, potentially Yvonne had suggested that there may be something going on Northeast 6th Court. Now that I think, Gary, and correct me if I'm wrong, what he was speaking of is East Boynton Beach Boulevard, but there may be a way to do that on Northeast 6th Court. We were kind of noodling it as some of the people were speaking, whereby you could pick up, and if it's another 10, if you do that in strategic places all over your city, you end up with some parking that can really truly be public and isn't required parking for any other project. But the last thing you want is us to do what Affiliated did and say, yeah, we'll give you our commercial parking as public. Well, you're not really increasing the parking pool. So that doesn't solve the problem that these people are raising today. And if I misstated, and my apologies to anyone that would be offended by it, if I misstated that it is your problem, I didn't mean it's your problem at all. It is a city problem, and we agree with that. And I think Linda stated it perfectly clear that we can't fix it by ourselves. You can't fix it by yourselves.
Fiscal,
and
again.
We have to do this together in order to make progress. And we're willing to be one of those people. And one of the things that my client has suggested that, and I'm sorry if I forgot. Oh, Cheryl, excuse me, Cheryl. I hope you don't mind me mispronouncing your last name, Rifkin. Cheryl, I think you may have suggested a master parking study. That's generally around $30,000. My client will donate the money for you to do a master parking study if you'd like. That would be one of their contributions. We'll participate in it. We'll be happy to share wealth, talent, knowledge, or maybe lack thereof, but to be part of the team in facilitating that and moving it forward to the extent we can. But it isn't our problem alone. It isn't their problem alone. It is a city and CRA problem, and where there are problems, there's always opportunities, and we're willing to participate in those. And one last thing, Yvonne, in addition to Amanda's comment where she stated the requirement, and by the way, we accept all of the conditions that are in the staff report, we also are encasing the AC unit. Where did she go? There you are. So it's covered up top.
Ms. Miskell,
It's covered
to the
up.
microphone,
I'm sorry.
please.
I'm so used
When
to
you turn
looking
around,
people.
we can't even hear you.
I apologize. It's fully encased. So it's not just screened on the sides, but actually over it. So for those people that are lucky enough to be at 150 feet and have fabulous views, and they're looking down, they're going to be looking at some decorative architectural screening that is compatible and consistent with that. And your staff will have to sign off on it and bless to make sure that it's acceptable. If I said that, is that okay? Okay, so I think we are able to solve that. And then as far as the comment on Mr. Meyer, who I thank you very much for meeting with us. Phase 2 has not been done, and my client has intended to do it in any event. So that will be done. So I think I am responding to that question. And I think that covers it. One last thing, as far as the shared parking study, that study requires you to do an extra buffer. So you have to look at what the ITE or the ULI says that you should have for shared parking. And then you have to add 10% over that. And in our case, there are two different methodologies that you can use to do shared parking. And your code allows you to use the acceptable versions. One is ULI, the other is ITE. ITE was actually more conservative. So we chose the one that would make us do more parking, not less. So we weren't trying to skimp or hide or run from the obligation. We wanted to make sure that we didn't have a parking problem on our site that could potentially exacerbate what's going on around us. So I think that's it. You know, we respectfully request you to approve us. We've met the code. We've accepted all your staff's conditions. We've agreed to work with your neighbors. We've already started. I haven't turned down anyone's interest in participating, and I don't intend to. We will live up to our, and by the way, I just want them to know, the last item that I came before you, I lost. So clearly, if I have influence, you better not hire me because it didn't work that day. So I just want the record to reflect that. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your listening. I appreciate your sense of fairness. And we will and are committed to work with our neighbors and you and your staff to come up with solutions, not more problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've now heard from the city as well as the applicant for the second round. We will now turn to the members of the City Commission for their questions and comments. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Kelly for your questions and comments to either the city staff or applicant.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'll start with my comment first, and then I'll go in. I have a couple of follow-up questions, but you know, we are all, I have been a resident of the city for over 17 years. I am aware of the downtown parking issues. That's, you know, one of the reasons I believe that most of us are up here is to be problem solvers, and we know, and we've been talking about it. We've been talking about different mobility options, and you know, for the residents who don't come regularly to the meetings, we've been talking about different ways to improve mobility in our downtown, and you know, are interested in looking at ways that we can do that so that we do have that east-west between Town Square and the marina, because we want that. I park here at City Hall and walk to Marina Village most of the time. It's a longer walk, but it's a nice walk, and it will improve as development happens. So I know that, you know, we're looking at different mobility ways so that there is more of that east-west connection, and so that, you know, the parking it'll be relieved from the east a little bit more. And with more development, which is why the mayor brought up a parking study that I know that city staff is going to work on as far as our future development and the parking, public parking components, how we will be looking once the public parking options have been built, what our parking situation looks like. And so, you know, we are aware of it. And I just, you know, I want to assure the public that this is something that is a priority to all of us, that we make sure that we are doing the best that we can, because we want people to come downtown, and we want it to be used. So those are just some of my comments on parking. But you know, one thing that did kind of, and the reason that we're in this predicament where we have, you know, residents who are here and they're not all that pleased, is because of the communication. And Bonnie, you've been in the city a long time, and you know that our residents like to be involved. And so, you know, when I hear from city staff that they recommended that the developer meet with residents and get out there in the community, and here we are 8 months and they didn't, that's where we run into this problem where, you know, city staff has said those things. And we had somebody earlier make a comment that, you know, there should be this communication between staff and developers, and that communication happens. Where the disconnect happened, where those conversations didn't happen, that's, definitely something that we have to look into. Maybe we do make it mandatory going forward that they have community, meetings, but, that's disappointing for me to hear that city staff encouraged and talked about that and it didn't happen. So I wanted to put that on the record because that was something that, it's always been important to the residents that they have an opportunity to hear the development and hear the project. And this is really, except for private meetings, this is the first time this project has come, before us too. So we're all kind of hearing it sort of at the same time. So, so those are kind of, my concerns. Amanda, you mentioned the shared parking, and maybe Bonnie, you'll have to answer this question, or, we have this shared parking component, and you've told us that, or staff, or you have told us that there's not going to be any impact on the commercial usage. How, though, if it's not separated, how are you going to guarantee that that overage is not going to affect the commercial public parking?
Would you like me to answer?
Yeah, so we discussed with the applicant a couple of situations that would require some operational commitments on their part. First, they will be physically separated. I believe they are recommending a gate to separate the 171 parking spaces from the privatized spaces. On top of that, we have discussed very recently so we know that the residents will have access to the resident spaces, but they will also technically have access to the commercial spaces. So the concern would be, how do we stop private overflow onto the commercial spaces? We talked about metering. We talked about permitting. We talked about allowing meters only during certain times of the day to not disincentivize people from using it, but turning them on at night. There are lots of operational strategies that the applicant can use. This is a rental product for now, so they will have a management company that is going to manage the parking. But we can, right now, those operational strategies are not written in the conditions of approval, so that is something that we can add to this approval. Operational strategies that they are willing to commit to make sure that overflow isn't spilling into what we want to protect as public.
And if I could expand on that, it's a little easier to do this with a rental than it is with a for sale product, because you can contain it in the lease and you have the ability, if they're not compliant, they're in default of their lease. It's much more difficult when somebody buys it and then they convey it to the next person, and the next person, somehow those original declarations and restrictions get lost, do not get provided to subsequent owners. It is much harder to enforce it, but we have no problem with a condition such as that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would be my concern, is that if, residents or their guests are using the commercial public space, then it's not available for the public. So, and then also one question, Bonnie, and you may not have an answer right now, but, these are public parking spots for your commercial use. And is there a plan in place, or is it truly going to be open to the public where somebody can drive in and pay a parking fee, or how, just enlighten me on what.
So they are commercial spaces and they are intended for the commercial uses. However, as you've noted on our plan, we have a huge amount of plazas and open spaces and big gaps between the commercial areas and the parking. So, is this owner going to enforce and have a security guard there telling people that move their car in and then get out and go outside the building and don't go to any of those tenant spaces? That's not likely to happen. And to be honest, they can access these spaces from the outside as well. So they really won't know, but they are intended to be for the commercial. But remember, we'll have 171 spaces on the commercial side of the gate, and we only have a requirement for 128. So there's plenty of padding there to afford others who may live 2 doors down, or may be lost, or may want to go to the beach and they want to walk across the bridge. No one's going to stop them from doing that unless they vandalize the property or something in the midst of parking. I don't know.
No, and, you know, I do want to, you know, thank you, Bonnie and staff for working hard to try and figure out, you know, I mean, I think that the residents and, you know, we've all made it very clear, we know this isn't necessarily your problem, but you're moving into our city. And so we want that to be as pleasant as it can be and welcoming. And so I, you know, I thank you for making strides to you know, to make some changes.
And by the way, this is Jordan Thaler. He is with Hyperion and he just wanted to be available for your.
Sure, Jordan, I have been sworn in. I just want to address one.
Could you speak closer to the mic?
Sure, sorry. I just want to address one quick thing. You know, it was last week at the CRA that we were asked to go out and meet with the public. And we've done that. We've reached out. We will be doing that. We're committed to doing that. I've also been in touch with other members of the public like Yvonne for the past 5 or 6 months, keeping her apprised of the project. We've been in coordination with city. We've been providing parking spaces for Casa Costa for when they needed to do renovations. So we are not, you know, we are forthcoming and really are prepared to work with everyone to solve this problem, but it's not going to be on our site. I mean, our site is by code and we want to work. More parking spaces serves us as well. And that's a great thing. But on our site, we have more than enough parking spaces for what serves us. And I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. And I'm here for any questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kelly, were those all your questions?
Yes, thank you.
All right, let's go to Commissioner Hay. Questions and comments?
Most of my questions have been answered. I do want to commend you guys and now staff are working together to try to resolve these issues that we have. And I just feel that it is a city problem when it comes to parking and drainage. And I think it's something we have to change our code or take a look at changing our code in certain aspects so that we can better address this in the future. I just feel that I heard about someone mentioned about the master parking plan, and that you would be willing to help in funding that. I think that's something that's really needed. And as I sat here and listened to the entire presentation, I thought about the fact that when you look at the different projects that we have going in Boynton Beach, we really, maybe it's about time we look at the trolley idea again. We had that here once before, but we just didn't have the downtown to support it. And with what I see coming in Boynton Beach now, that may be something that we want to look at down the road, this commission. But I do recall, I think it was Harry Woodworth that mentioned about that checklist, and I guess I'm dating myself, but I do remember such a list. And on that list, we need to have it as a check off that whether or not you guys have talked with the residents. That should be a requirement as far as I'm concerned. And I think that's something that we need to consider also as we kick this can down the road. But I'm pretty much satisfied with what has been presented. I feel that you have met the requirements as it exists on the books. So I don't want another trade wind. Some of you too young to even know what that is. But I think we can move forward with this project and also continue to work toward trying to do and implement some of the ideas that's already been presented, as well as our staff working with you guys and us to try to come up with other ideas that may help the project. So Boynton is a growing city. It's growing by leaps and bounds. It's almost like developers standing in line now. We used to be the outcast, the one that they overlook, and now it's just the opposite. They're knocking on our doors. So these are issues that this commission is going to be challenged with. And I think we have the right people up here, as well as our staff, to make those adjustments so that we can comply and meet the impact of what I see coming down the road. It's not just a light on a bicycle, it's a locomotive, and we've got to be ready for it. And I think, and I know that we can be. So for that, saying all of that, I will be supporting this project.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to move on now to Vice Mayor Turkin.
I'll reserve my comments till the end, Mayor.
All right, I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Cruz. Questions and comments for the applicant or staff?
I do have quite a few questions, so if we could have the applicant come up. There was a comment made, and thank you for your presentation. There was a comment made earlier about flood zones, and we know that, and I know Andrew Mack and I think the city manager as well, we've had several meetings where we've talked about the reality. When king tide comes in, there's nothing that the city can usually do. Is that correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
When king tide happens, is there anything that the city can do to prevent that from happening? Or is there anywhere where we can send the water?
Correct. Right now, the king tide is, the seawalls there are higher than what the king tide is. So the king tide goes over the top of the seawalls. So we did, I believe some of those projects that we submitted will address some of the projects that were submitted for appropriations will address some of the issues, but it's going to be a cohesive effort between DOT and the marina to resolve any issues there. But it is a difficult problem to solve, yes.
Absolutely. And so in the same meeting that we talked about that king tide, I also asked you and I said, hey, is there anything that we can do from a policy side to mitigate the issue? Obviously, it takes time and it takes effort, but we want to understand that that should be a priority for our city. And I would think that everybody would agree with that. And then I think the thing that was mentioned, and I'm sorry if I'm putting you in the spot right now, but that conversation stuck in my mind. And I think that the response was, we could maybe start building higher, like elevation wise, at the core of the first floor. Do you remember that? No.
I don't recall that conversation, but as far as, yeah, obviously anybody who's building a home in a floodplain or something of that nature would, that is the idea, is to raise your first floor so that it's above the floodplain. That's a typical strategy. The projects that we did submit for appropriation were for design. So that will start the ball rolling with some work to help flush out some of the resolutions to the problem at Ocean and in the marina.
So from a staff side, what can we do as a commission? What can we do to be proactive and not reactive? Because development's going to happen, whether it's Bonnie's project or if that doesn't go through, another project will come in, another developer will come in with Senate Bill 102. We know that we don't have the legal authority to regulate height and density as long as the developer is building affordable housing within a certain percentage. I think it's 40%. But the point is that we may not even have the authority to do that at all after that Senate bill passed and was signed. So what can we do to be proactive to make sure that if we know that development is coming, what can we do? And I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot, Andrew. And I guess this just goes for anyone in staff that can answer that question. What can we do to be proactive, or what kind of processes can we start in place to head in that direction, like ASAP?
So I can respond slightly on what does happen right now. So floodplain designations are set through FEMA and they are addressed through the building code. Senate Bill 102, the way I understand it, does not exempt any construction from the building codes. So they would still need to meet whatever regulations and elevations that they would need to build to that would satisfy their designation. Those flood designations are updated on some regular basis. I'm not sure what that is, but they are looked at routinely to make sure that if flood levels are changing in the area, those flood levels and elevations change, and the building codes then adjust to, like you were saying, raise the finished floor elevation to a level that would not, that if it was flooding wouldn't impact the building. So that is in place, and that is housed in our building codes, the state building codes. Again, as I understand it, Senate Bill 102 would not exempt anyone from that.
So would it benefit the city to, in addition to that code, create something more that provides the ability for us to require us building, like if it's happening, right? We know Fort Lauderdale's been it's been flooded, it's been raining a lot. So we obviously don't want to get there, and we don't want to be Fort Lauderdale, obviously. But what I'm saying is that development is coming. We want to make sure it's as adequate as possible for our city, and at the same time, if there's anything we can do legally that we still have authority to do, can staff guide us in that direction?
What I can do is I could definitely get more information from our building official. I do know that there are some portions of the building code that the state can regulate. I believe it's called Chapter 1, where we can add regulations. They are finite and defined on what we could put in there. But I can absolutely take the information back to the building official and see what options are available, or Adam Temple, who might know a little bit more about this subject, could chime in.
Commissioner Cruz, sorry. The city does have we do have our own local flood regulations within the city. And those have to be approved and adopted by the state floodplain office. We do have more stringent standards currently on the books. That's represented by the city's class 5 rating in the community rating system. So we do have local floodplain regulations that the city has adopted.
Could we make those regulations better to suit the future of the city?
Potentially, any proposed changes we would need to get approved prior by the state floodplain office to make sure it's compliant with FEMA standards.
I'm sorry, I don't want to open a whole can of worms while we're trying to cover. Thank you. But while we're here, can I get consensus to bring this to a future agenda item so that we can discuss this at a future meeting? Something along the lines of helping prevent flooding and or potentially increasing the base level of future development or future buildings to try to prevent. I mean, I think it's a discussion that we should have, and we're not engineers, we're not professionals in that perspective. So I think educating ourselves with staff or anybody that can.
What I could suggest is maybe we invite the building official to do a short presentation reviewing the standards the way they are now. That way it could at least inform the commission on what the standard levels are and how much above we are requiring. And then we can get direction after that presentation, if that would be
maybe
helpful.
some options on if we did that, how would that affect, future developments and that sort of thing. Thank you. Sorry for kind of going off topic.
Commissioner, one moment. Your request was to get consensus. So can we at least turn to our colleagues and ask, are you comfortable directing staff to bring back a presentation along with the building officials of our city's building codes as it pertains to flooding and flood mitigation, and for us to have that future discussion in a future meeting? Okay. Do we have consensus?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any other questions, comments?
Yes, there's more. So a couple things that I had. Sorry, but this just brings up a lot of. So how does the board feel about potentially having, I know we talked about a master plan for parks. We talked about a master plan for parking itself. What about a master plan for transportation? How are we going to get people? And I think I hear the concerns of the community right now. Everyone's saying we don't have spaces to park. We don't have spaces we don't want to go to that specific plaza because it's crowded, it's overcrowded. We don't have enough space. In addition to making sure that current and future developments have adequate parking space that are following the code and that are adequate for what is being built. I think we should start looking into something. I mean, I don't want to throw something out there, but maybe some sort of a system that can transfer people from the west side of the city, you know, not only my district, but also District 4 towards the east side of the city, because I have received several emails from constituents stating their concerns about the beach being full by 9:30 a.m. on a Saturday, Sunday. And it is a real concern. It is a fact, and it's something that we should start planning for the future. So maybe that's another conversation that we can add to a future agenda of discussion.
Absolutely. I think, again, the first steps with that, the city does have a mobility plan in place that was adopted maybe a year or so ago. That plan identifies a series of projects across mobility types to help with the moving of people. We can also do a presentation that again shows you what is in that plan. Like any plans, there is a funding component to that we are eager to discuss with the commission also on options and how those things may get funded. A trolley system is one of the recommendations. I believe a master parking plan for downtown, I believe, is one of the recommendations in that plan, as well as specific identified projects throughout the city for road improvements to allow for multimodal roads, including bike and ped.
Yes, thank you, Amanda. And as we're thinking about this, I've had several conversations with staff before about applying to TPA grants, but I don't want to be the sole person that says, you know, we want to do this or we want to do that. I think that, you know, as a collective board, we should discuss that at a future meeting if I can get consensus on that. Because we do need to start thinking about how we're going to transport people from the west side of the city to the east side of the city, especially now as we're growing and there will be more buildings, there will be more traffic, and it's inevitable, you know, so obviously any steps we can take to try to mitigate that, I think would be positive. So do I have consensus on that?
Can I just, one comment on what
Oh, you
Angela,
want to
yeah,
quickly
what
jump in?
Commissioner's talking about. And maybe I was dreaming when we had this conversation, but I feel like we had this conversation and it was supposed to be on future agenda items that we were going to talk about mobility in the downtown and different ideas, and it's not on our future agenda items. So
And
can we figure out why it's not?
And if I may, I actually requested that we start hearing about different companies who can move people along. So for example, one person earlier mentioned Freebie. I mentioned that as one possibility, or Circuit. These are services that moves people along. And I mentioned in a previous meeting, we don't have enough parking in our beach. We know we will have other parking in other locations, but we can park people in one location, move them to other areas without necessarily building, I don't really want to build more parking at the beach because that would eat up at the beach, and that's the last thing I want. But there are other creative solutions, including services to move people. Anyways, I just want to throw out, we did discuss that. That is correct.
Right, and it's not on future agenda items. So
Not that I saw.
no, it's not. So if we can get that.
And that's a very easy item for us to bring to you because that work is done. It's mostly a presentation of materials and any feedback you have for amendments to that plan. So that could happen fairly quickly.
Yes, thank you for your comment, Commissioner. I think what I was referring to in addition to that was specifically having the board have a discussion on which areas we want to focus on or which roads we want to focus on to apply for TPA grants. That's federal money set aside for transportation projects that we can either, again, depending on the road, because sometimes it's FDOT, county, city, whatever, maybe widening the roads or whatever the goal is. I would like to see if we can discuss that as a board, as a commission, to actually plan, because we do have to submit those applications and it's got to be done. There's a deadline. I know there's a meeting, I think it's on April 28th, that staff is going to attend for the TPA workshop for the grant application. Anyway, just future
Yes,
agenda.
and Commissioner
Yes.
Cruz, having those projects identified in the plan is one of, it works for us for applying for these grants. They like to see that a city does have an adopted plan and is doing things in a methodical way. So what I will do, just for some immediate satisfactions, I will send out that plan so you all can individually start looking at some of those assigned projects in while we're waiting to set up a workshop.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
I'll be quick. All right, there's that. I had a question for the client. I saw different pictures. The first picture I saw was like glass, very nice balconies. And then in the architectural picture, I saw, I don't know if it was concrete or some balconies that were like white with a bunch of crosses around. Like, what's it gonna be? Is it glass or is it?
Our balconies are a metal mesh right now, so renderings don't a lot of the time do it justice. But that's actually one of our conditions, is that we have to provide balconies that have enough transparency so that you actually see the building facade. It can't just be opaque. And actually right now we have balconies that have the most transparency. I think it's like 60%. So they're kind of large holes, but it is a metal mesh right now.
Yeah, I don't like the idea, and I said this to a previous project before. I don't want cage-looking balconies. You know, it's not. I don't think it's the look that the city wants to have, and I don't know what the board thinks. And I know it's just a small, tiny thing. But as you're going to Boynton Beach Boulevard and you arrive to Federal Highway, you know, can you do nicer? You know, something nice that says, you know, this is Boynton Beach, this is Federal Highway, something more like ocean-like, for example, like glass. Because the first picture that I saw, it appeared to be glass on the picture.
We can go back to the rendering. I'm not sure, but I do know that the balconies are not set in stone right now. So that is part of our community design appeal. So that is something we will be working on and finalizing with staff to make sure that it's appropriate.
Yeah, so essentially the condition says that we need to get back with Amanda's team and work through the material that was on our package to make it more transparent. And we've agreed to that.
So there are, just so I can clarify, there are a couple of conditions regarding the facades within the community design appeals. Yes, there is one regarding the transparency of the balcony material. We agree we don't want like metal sheets there. If there is some degree of transparency that you're looking for or material that you're looking for, we can amend that condition of approval to work that in there, just so staff knows a little bit more clearly what the commission is looking for. And the other thing regarding the facades that I've seen updated renderings, and in my opinion, they look a lot better than what's presented.
I will say that these are the renderings from the Planning and Zoning
Yes.
Board of the public meeting about a month ago. We have updated it, but because it has to be the same, we were not able to show you any new ones.
But they are meeting some of the conditions of approval that require these balconies to face federal. Right now, the federal facade is essentially blank walls with some small windows, and the condition of approval requires that the balconies actually face federal. And it looks much more like the front of a building in this latest scheme, and that is built into the conditions of approval. So that is in here. If there is a specific material or a specific transparency percentage that you're looking for, like you want it to be at least 75% transparent or at least 70% transparent, staff can work with the applicants to do that.
I mean, it's also what the board wants, but I personally would not want to see mesh or cage looking balconies. Not that this one looks like that, but I've seen others that kind of look that way. I mean, it's a market rate complex, right? So, and it's on Federal Highway. Want to make sure it's nice as we're building our downtown. I would suggest, if the board agrees and if it's possible, to maybe have the glass balconies, which are a lot nicer. It is market rate. This is not necessarily a workforce project. So I would highly recommend that if the client is willing to do that, and if the board thinks that that's important. I think the look on Federal Highway matters, but I don't know what everyone else.
I don't think
on the wrong things.
I don't think we can commit to any one particular material right now, but what we can commit to is working with staff. If you have examples, send it over. We can make this also a collaborative process, but I can't commit to a certain material right now.
Can you commit to no mesh? No, no,
I can-
none of that, what that looks like.
Mesh was probably the wrong, it's a metal, but with large holes in it. And perhaps Garrett can speak better to the actual.
Sorry, I don't want to get into a hole, but I'm just letting you know where
Understood.
we would not want to see that.
And Commissioner Cruz, we hear you, your staff hears you. There's a condition that says we have to work through this. So we'll try to come back with something.
What you see here is not the final product.
I know it's a small thing, but it's gonna matter in the future.
We understand entirely.
Yeah.
It's an important frontage.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I mean, one last question I had, and I guess we've asked you this question before, Attorney, besides everything that's been discussed today, what is the commission being asked to do today? Is it approving based on what? Based on the merits, based on what are we doing? Just.
So you have the applications before you, and the code provides for certain standards that have to be met in order for them to get approved. And you are reviewing the information and record that's been presented to you, including the staff reports, the backup and the materials, the presentations and statements of folks who have testified tonight to determine whether this application would meet those criteria. If it's determined, if there's evidence to support that, and you determine that it has met the criteria for approval, then you would approve the project. If you make any determinations based on the evidence that's been presented to you that there's some deficiency with the code, then you would not approve that project. So you are just looking at what was presented to you in the backup and the materials to make a decision of whether this meets our code. And you are to look at our code and those code criteria for that decision.
Okay, so we're just deciding to see if the project that's being presented meets code.
That's correct.
Okay, and just to verify, because I think I heard that earlier, somebody mentioned 128 parking spaces after the gate, but then somebody else said that it was 171. Can we?
The clarification was required by code for commercial spaces is 128. However, the applicant is providing 171 on the public side of the gate.
Okay, so the code requires 128, but the applicant's providing 171, which is over what code is asking.
What that is essentially is the commercial spaces and some of the required guest spaces.
I'll have, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to turn now to Vice Mayor.
I'm not going to make this long-winded. I mean, it's evident where my colleagues stand with this. I'm just asking for this to continue to be tabled because I would love to draw an incentive to provide more public parking, right? That's the concern here, the public parking. I'm more than happy to create incentive, have staff collaborate with you, collaborate with the community, collaborate with me. I like the design and where everything's at right now. I like the green space. I like the public plaza. You know, the density is an increase from the previous plan from 270 to 371. 358 to 371 is a little bit misleading from the previous owner, the previous site plan that was approved for this space.
So, well, I won't. I don't.
No,
Let him finish, please.
I don't want that to be misleading. I like the pickleball court. There's a lot of things that I do like about the project. It's not that I don't want this project to move forward. Again, this is my district and I hear a lot of feedback, and some feedback I get from the people that work at Banana Boat and Two Georges that they get harassed because some of them will park over there and it's an empty lot and it's dark and there's not a lot of lights and they'll be harassed there. And I see staff nodding their head because they know exactly what I'm talking about. And so I want to see something here, but I do want to take an opportunity to draw incentive to mitigate a problem that we've been hearing for years and years and years. We had an opportunity to negotiate that at the CRA meeting last week, which I made very evident. Obviously that was pushed forward. We're neither here nor there now. And there's a conditional 6-month extension for that. What I'm asking is not to kill this project or, argue if it's within code or not within code. If it's within code, what I'm asking is that this is such a crucial piece of our downtown. This is such a crucial piece of the city, of the Marina District, that I think it would be wise for us as a body to not just address the community's concerns, but not make the same mistakes of our predecessors and continue negotiations. And if you guys would be open, I'd love to table this item with the intent of drawing some incentive to provide public parking, whatever that may be, whatever, you can create with staff and the attorney. I could see a win-win-win solution here. And while we already get a head start on being proactive with parking, and this has all been rushed, and I'm going to stick by, I'm not going to vote for this. I would like to table and see what we can do as a city, because this is a city problem, not a Marina Village problem, not a Hyperion or applicant problem. This is a city problem. And we were elected to be decision makers and problem solvers, and I think we have an opportunity to solve a problem ahead of time. And that's all I'm asking is, I'm not asking you to build additional spaces, cut into your bottom line for that. I'm just asking, let's keep this conversation going and table this item and see what kind of incentive that we can put forth from the city perspective to draw in public parking spaces.
And Vice Mayor Turkin, I really appreciate that. And I can say that, when we're talking about haste, we just to go back, we have been at this for 8 months. We've been spending a long time on this. We do need site plan approval, not just to move forward, but also for our financial commitments. Those are real. But what I will do is absolutely commit to you, if we get site plan approval, to work with you. Maybe there is, in the next period of time, an incentive program that would work for us, but we can't hold this up. I can commit to have those meetings. We can lay it all out. We can talk, literally you and me look at this thing, but I can't push off site plan approval right now because that needs to move forward. But I can commit to figuring out, with you if there is something to be done.
And if I can add, and thank you very much for the offer, Vice Mayor. You don't go in for building permit the next day once you get approved. It takes months to start working on your CDs and get in a position where you can submit for permit. So I don't think that we have to consider postponement to say, we'll meet with you next week and we can talk about your thoughts and then we can share some of our views. And in the event that we can do this in reasonably expedited timeframe, not 8 months, that we probably can have an opportunity to do something more. But he can't, he cannot postpone and be in conflict with his financial commitments, but he can continue to talk to you. And if there's a way for the city and the CRA to come to the table and say, hey, how about this? We may be able to expedite that. It's in their best interest, our best interest, and your best interest to move it along. We're willing. We're absolutely willing.
And that can be part of it. We can do this, but we can't postpone the site.
Yeah, no, I understand. And given from all the discussion, it's more than you've got the consensus, you got the support. And so I'm going to stick with my guns. I'm going to stick true, to my people that live in my district and outside the district, because I think Costa Costa, I think that's District 2 now. But I just, out of good faith and good conscience, I just can't support this now. That's not to say I'm not going to support it in the future. And I would love to continue the conversation regardless about creating incentive to provide public parking.
Thank you. You have our commitment to work with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues. I just want to share a few thoughts of mine and then we'll proceed to voting. Now, I've heard all the residents, and one of the things that have really come out of that is that you have all brought to the forefront this need for parking in the area. And I agree with you. Several of you said it. This isn't just one building's problem or concern. This is a regional district concern. And in order for us to grow our city, in order for us to have nice things and to support our local businesses, we do need more parking in the area. That is why, and you may not know because you weren't here in that past meeting, but I've already put forward suggestions, for example, to look into ways of how we can move people. I mentioned this earlier, companies like Freebie and Circuit, and I know there are others. So I've been thinking about this for quite some time on how we can take practical solutions to help resolve the issues, again, that are not limited to any one building, but it's something that's going to be beneficial to all of us to solve. And I agree. I think it was you, Commissioner, who said, or that said, we need to be problem solvers. So in addition to that, I have also asked for a master parking plan and a study. We need to find out what exactly we need to do, what numbers do we need to hit, and we can't just make that up out of thin air or based on feeling. That needs to be done methodically with engineers, with professionals. So I'm looking forward to all of those things because we need a long-term solution, including the flooding in the area. That needs to also be addressed. So I look forward to when we have our mobility workshop so we can flesh out all of these things. But I also want to add that maybe it's time that the city starts thinking about a public parking garage. All right, so we have lots of businesses and we will continue to have more businesses. As you saw from this project, one of the things I really liked from the old plan versus the new plan is this significant increase in commercial space. And that's going to bring in more restaurants and cafes for people to go to. Let's think about, and this is a future discussion, a possible public parking garage. Because again, it is not one property owner's issue, it is a regional issue. So we need a regional solution. So I want to throw that out there so we can have that future discussion someday, hopefully very soon and in conjunction with our mobility workshop. But at the same time, I cannot in good conscience, and from what I understand, property rights are in Florida's Constitution. I cannot violate people's property rights. They bought this property on their own. They inherited the old agreement that they didn't have to inherit, but that's what happened. The previous owner requested numerous extensions, and that made it look like it was their fault, that it was their series of extensions. They're a new owner. And from what I have seen and from what I've heard from staff today, they have repeatedly worked with staff for months. It is unfortunate and disappointing to hear that there was not enough public discourse, not enough connection that should have happened earlier. But it is what it is. We are where we are. But based on all the facts I have seen, within this project, they have taken care of their residential parking. They have taken care of their commercial parking. And that means if you evaluate just this item and only this item, not only have they met their code, but they have done what is responsible and what is right. Now, the analogy that I have told some staff members, and I'll share it with you, and I mean no insult. This is just, I am trying to process the situation, and I want to be open and honest with all of you, is the following analogy. If, for example, you come into a new community and you buy property, and it turns out that the surrounding homes or the area didn't have enough parking, is the question, is that the new owner's responsibility? Do you have to build an even bigger driveway beyond what you're required because of the surrounding situation? The problem is real. I agree with you. Where I disagree is the method to solve the problem. So again, I'm looking forward to discussions on a potential public garage, mobility options to move people so they can park in one block and get to the other. And this also applies to the beach. But this is where I stand, all right? I don't see that this is either or. There is a problem to be solved, we will address it, but how we address it must be a collective solution, not to burden one property owner. That is where I stand, and I want to be open and honest with all of you. I know it's not a popular position, but that's where I am today, and based on the evidence, I am ready to move forward. So, having heard from all members of the commission, is there anything else? Amanda, were you about to add something?
Yes, if I may, I would just like to summarize 3 additional conditions of approval that I've gathered from the board discussion. Feel free to amend them as you see fit. This is my understanding of what I heard today. The first condition of approval would be to identify and commit to operational strategies to minimize residential overflow parking. That was the one discussed with Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
The second, a voluntary contribution of $30,000 to be put towards a master parking plan within 60 days of development order approval. And the last condition I would like to add would be to continue discussions with the city to potentially include public parking.
Say that one more time, just clarify that.
Continue discussions with the city to potentially include public parking by whatever means the city and the applicants can come up with. It is mostly to memorialize the conversation that we had here today and the verbal commitment that was made by the applicant.
All right, do we have consensus to add those 3 conditions of approval for my colleagues?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, Amanda. Seeing no further discussion, and Amanda, nothing else, was that all of it?
That was all, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further,
Like to say,
okay,
Mayor.
all right, I knew there was something else, go ahead.
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
Okay, I would like to say that I do agree with you 110% about looking at Boynton Beach parking garage. I had that down here on my list as one of the potential solutions to our problem. So I just want to let you know we're on the same page.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we're all on the same page in terms of solving the general issue, so.
Right.
All right, seeing none, may I have a motion to approve item 8A with the 3 additional conditions of approval as previously stated by Ms. Radigan.
So move.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hay. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Cruz. All those in favor approving item 8A along with the 3 conditions of approval, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Turkin dissenting. We are now moving on to item 8B. May I have a motion to approve item 8B?
So move.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hay. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of approving item 8B, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Turkin dissenting. This concludes both items under public hearing. We will now move on to item 10A, unfinished business, continued discussion and selection of a sister city in Ukraine.
Mayor, I'd like to table this item.
All right, we have a motion to table 10A.
I'll second that.
I have a second. All those in favor to table, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Item is tabled. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the transition of the audience, I'd like to request for a 5-minute recess. Is that all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
We need a motion.
Yes, motion. Will
So moved, so moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of a 5-minute recess? Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Order. Thank you, those of you, for being patient. The next item on the agenda is legal 12A, proposed ordinance number 23-008. It is a first reading. I'm going to turn to council.
I'll read the title.
Yes.
An ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 10, Personnel Policy Manual of the Code of Ordinances to update the Employee Handbook, FKA Personnel Policy Manual of the city of Boynton Beach, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
All right, thank you. If our HR director, Ms. Tennille DeCosti, if you could introduce the item again.
Yes, sir. Tennille DeCosti, HR Director. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. This is our PPM Personnel Policy Manual. It was last revised in June 2011. Needed an update. We surveyed numerous municipalities. We reviewed local, state, and federal laws, and we just cleaned up the language. Next slide. If you can see, we included a welcome message. A welcome message from the city manager. We include our vision and our mission and so forth. And the big changes next slide, that I want to talk about is we included some anti-retaliation and harassment language. We cut probation down from 1 year to 6 months. And now when employees are hired, you don't have to wait until 6 months to use your vacation. You can use it as you accrue it. The biggest benefit that we added to the employee handbook is paid parental leave, meaning employees can get paid for an adoption or birth of a child up to 4 weeks. And it runs concurrent with FMLA. So you receive up to 12 weeks of FMLA. Added the 12 weeks, the city will pay you 4 weeks. And the rest of the time will be on your own accruals. We also included some cleanup language. Our EEO statement really needed to be revamped. It was very not in detail, so we just added a lot more detail just to make sure we're covering all state, local, and federal laws.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn to my colleagues. Commissioner Cruz, I'll begin with you this time. Any questions for the HR director?
Thank you. You answered all the questions during our agenda review. So
Thank you,
thank you for
ma'am.
putting this together.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Vice Mayor?
Nope, I feel good from agenda reviews. Good to go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Hay?
Oh, you cleaned up well.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry.
It's late at night.
It's late, we get it.
You did it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you, Tennille, for, working to revise this and for adding in the parental leave. I think it's super important. It's one of those things as a parent that, that can decide whether or not somebody takes a job here versus somewhere else. By not having at least some paid leave without having to use all of your PTO and all of your vacation and all of that. So this is something that should have happened long ago. So thank you for that and for pushing that through and looking at what, area cities are doing, and so that we stay, become more competitive and can, encourage employment and retention. So, you've done, I keep talking about all the amazing things. So just thank you. That was something that was, that I was happy to see finally make it to our employees. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion from my colleagues? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve proposed ordinance number 23-008?
Second.
I heard a motion from Vice Mayor Turkin, a second from Commissioner Kelly. City Clerk, if you could please begin the roll call.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga,
Yes.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Motion-
Motion passed unanimously. I'm sorry.
It's late at night. See, I told you.
Motion passed unanimously.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Is there any further discussion from my colleagues for the evening?
Yeah.
None.
Oh, you see, do you see why I asked? You see why I asked, Commissioner? Yes. All right, Commissioner Kelly.
Sorry, and it's something really quick. I've been sitting on this for a bit since John was up earlier. Something that I would like to discuss maybe at the next meeting, when John Durgan did the initial, they did the initial applications for ARPA to schools, we had schools apply, one being Imagine Charter Chancellor, who's in my district, and I actually went out and encouraged them to apply. And John went so far as to find out how checks get made payable and how that process happened. And then we pushed forward with supporting the public schools. It was my understanding that Imagine Chancellor would have gotten the grant based on the previous arrangement. They haven't. They've been reaching out to me to find out why, even though they were told they were going to get this grant money, why they haven't gotten it. And so I think there's just been a disconnect and a miscommunication that was a school that was supposed to get grant money on that first phase. And then we pushed forward with the public schools and it got dropped and missed. And so now I think staff needs some direction from us on how we want to proceed with that. And so,
Commissioner, can I ask you, or perhaps staff, are all the application documents related to this already submitted? Is it ready to go, in other words?
from what I understand from my conversation with Catherine and John, yes. And it literally, John reached out to them and asked how to make the check payable, and then it didn't happen. So
your request is to bring that item next meeting?
yeah, so that we don't
If
have to
it's
sit here
already
and have this
ready-
discussion.
Discuss now, you got my support.
Okay.
And just
So
for,
this item is not on the agenda. We would need to add it to the agenda, right? I'm sorry. Go ahead,
well,
Catherine.
and for clarification,
Can't really see
the
you.
dollar amount we're talking about is like between $9,000 and $10,000. I don't remember the exact change, but
So,
that's how much they
so
requested.
maybe what we can bring forward at the next meeting is,
That item.
right, information from an update from staff on where they are. Do they have everything? Are we ready to go? And then that way we can get a consensus and be done.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yes.
It's like $9,000 to $10,000 is what they asked for.
10,000.
Yeah, under 10,000 is what they asked for.
All right.
Okay.
I believe we
Thank
have
you.
consensus to bring that to the next meeting. All right. Thank you so much. Any other closing comments? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. This meeting is adjourned.